to become its strongest force in the revolutionary camp, notwithstanding its significant successes in Baku. The reasons for this failure lie partly in the discrepancy between active core and simple supporters, between local center and the amorphous periphery. July 1, 11. The Northern Caucasus Region. Founded in L906, the North Caucasus Regional Organization encompassed Stavropol, Kuban, Tifek, and Black Sea provinces. Agriculturally and industrially, these areas were insignificant, hence the PSR's activity in these areas was limited. Not surprisingly, these regional organizations had little weight within the PSR as a whole. 165. In Stavropol, a city without any large factories, the SRS conducted agitation primarily among the artisans, but was unable to organize them. Although the SRS here did gain influence over the shop employees and the masons' unions, they elicited the core of activists and the majority of members from the ranks of secondary school pupils. A Jasmal group existed in Ekaterinodar since 1904. With about 50 party members in 1906, this group managed to publish its own newspaper and exert a modest influence on the working class. In the Black Sea province, the PSR concentrated its activity on Novorossiysk. In Terek province, it focused on Vladikavkaz. The party Lyra is present as a political force in both cities but was unable to organize more widespread activity. The SRJS of the North Caucasus passed critical judgment on their own activities when they concluded that they were simply unable to gain access to the mass of workers, not to mention their inability to break the monopoly position that the Mensheviks enjoyed in this region. Moreover, since the SRS here limited their agitation in the villages to distributing literature, they had even less chance of posing a serious threat to the Social Democrats. 166. July 1, 12. T-E Far East Oblast Union of the PSR. I.L. The PSR founded its Far East Oblast Union in the final phase of the revolution. As an extensio G of the Siberian Regional Organization, it did not cover the entire territory of Tsarist Russia east of the Urals but included, inter alia, the SR groups in Vladivostok, Nikolaevsk Ushariysk, Khabarovsk, and Karbin. Largely independent of the Central Party leadership, it had in its local paper VIJ/IE/Freedom, an organ that formed the center of the local organization. The history of the paper was essentially identical with the history of the party. 167. Valia was set up in April 1906 on the initiative of the exiled Narodnik, Anne Russell, and published in Nagasaki. The PSR's Central Committee approved the quality and political opinions of this non-party revolutionary organ. It also approved the plan of some of the paper's editors to integrate the Nagasaki group into the PSR and use it to initiate the consolidation of the neo-populist organizations in eastern Siberia. At the beginning of 1907, the fusion was completed with the resettlement to the continent of the Foreign Autonomous Committee of the PSR, as the SR6 Migra 6S in Japan called themselves since the middle of 1906. The founder of Valia protested against this plan. Not only did he want to preserve his political independence, but he also sought to maintain his sole domination of his paper. But the PSR's Central Committee did not recognize his counter-organization. 168. It is difficult to determine with any certainty the precise activities of the Far Eastern Union. The party essentially concentrated on Vladivostok, where SR ideas had long found supporters among workers and sailors, and indeed the local party counted 2,000 organized members. It was therefore no surprise that the party was able to organize a revolt in the fall of 1907 and to defend successfully their leadership role against the Social Democrats. 169. A contradictory report noted that, in the elections to the Second Duma in Vladivostok, 3 Social Democrats were elected and no socialist revolutionaries, but in the entire Far Eastern region as a whole, the PSR had 2 more electors than the RSDRP. 170. July 1, 13. Iberkestan. The regional organization in Turkestan was founded in the summer of 1906 and covered the Central Asian provinces. The only significant group of SRS was active in Tashkent, especially among the railroad workers. 171. July 1, 14. Moscow. In 1903, Breshkovskaya, as spokesperson for the Central Committee in Russia, complained that Moscow was an explored area, a white spot, on the SR map. 1 year later there was no more cause for complaint. Indeed, by the end of 1904, in the Second Imperial Capital the PSR had an organization deemed the largest and best in all of Russia. No other organization was better prepared for the revolution, and no organization played such an important role. Zenzinov's arrival in January 1904 marked the beginning of this extraordinary upswing. He became the leading figure among the socialist revolutionaries in Moscow. 172. Zenzinov was the son of a merchant, a member of the Moscow financial aristocracy. During his studies in Germany, 1900 to 1904, he joined an SR circle of fellow Russian students and became close friends with 4 members of this circle: Avksentev, Fundaminsky, Rudnaya, and A.R. Gotz. 173. Because Fundaminsky and Gotz also came from extremely wealthy Moscow families, some of them had known each other since childhood. 174. In addition to their political convictions, what bound them together was a common philosophical Weltanschauung of Neo-Kantianism, which they all had studied with great enthusiasm under the leading teachers in Halle and Heidelberg. Avksentev was the dominant personality in this circle. According to Chernov, Avksentev was not only a complete Russian nobleman but also had an extraordinarily speculative spirit. A talented speaker, he wanted not only to include Lavrov and Mikhailovsky into the SR program but also Kant and his teacher Real. Fundaminsky, this advocate of an optimistic romanticism and a capricious, unsteady spirit who soon moved from Neo-Kantianism to the Christians of the THIRD-WORLDISM, and then to the order of the Russian intelligentsia, then to the Young Russians and other seemingly progressive sect-like movements, was close to Avksentev in his intellectual powers. If Avksentev with his sharp intellect was mockingly called Kamiakov, the extravagantly emotional J. Fundaminsky seemed to resemble Konstantin Aksakov. Zenzinov combined a correct strictness that was imprinted with the Muscovite Siberian piety of an old Bijever with a good dose of sentimentality. Rudnaya was a leader with a rough hand in a silk glove. And Gotz was more the practical organizer, although he too had some talent as a theoretician. 175. J. The SR exile leadership soon noticed the conspicuous talents of the student friends from Halle and Heidelberg. The two groups established contact that much easier because of the close personal relationship between A. Gotz J., the younger brother of M. Gotz, and the exile leadership. 176. As early as 1903, the German socialist revolutionaries were asked to go to Russia and assume the function of a central committee. They declined but did say that, upon the completion of their studies, they would be at the service of the party. Zenzinov was the first to make good on this promise. He was ordered to Moscow, in January 1904 and given the task of setting up an organization there. Rudnaya, his most important assistant, and the others soon followed. ERS. In Moscow Zenzinov found 2 or 3 people who called themselves socialist revolutionary groups and occasionally copied or mimeographed proclamations and flyers in limited numbers, no more than 500 copies, and distributed them to workers, students, and society. In addition, 12 to 15 active propagandists. Each led 2 to 3 circles with 6 to 12 participants per circle. Agitation was organized in 2 steps. In the circles of the first kind, they offered elementary political education. In the advanced form, they discussed the theoretical differences between social democrats and socialist revolutionaries, above all, the agrarian question and political terror. Workers were the main targets, but the peasants were not forgotten. Students, who correspondingly made up 3/4 of the activists, conducted this work. The other activists were teachers, doctors' assistants, 2 or 3 girls from upper bourgeois families, and a few work. Thanks to the new energetic, aggressive, and courageous 178 leadership, the socialist revolutionaries in Moscow were able to make significant progress. The party reorganized the committee and intensified agitation in the factories. In the Prokhorovka works, which employed more than 6,000 workers, the Moscow Committee elicited a positive reception. Despite periodic intervention by the Okhrana, the SRS set up a clandestine printing press and, for the first time, the local committee was able to publish and distribute more than 1,000 flyers. By the beginning of 1904, Zenzanov and his friends felt strong enough to organize a larger meeting. They even notified the police prefect for Moscow, D.F. Trepov, and the Governor-General, Grand Prince Sergei Alexandrovich, and warned of pitiless retaliation should the latter use the same violent tactics against the Moscow demonstrators that recently had employed in St. Petersburg. Although the working class stayed away from the demonstration rather, as planned, come into the streets, the demonstration was nonetheless complete success. Numerous intelligenti, including secondary school pupils, university students, doctors, and teachers, guaranteed such an impressive demonstration of SR strength that the police, as feared, felt compelled to attack and arrest many marchers. The PSR in Moscow really increased its prestige when, on January 2, 1905, it attacked Trepov. A few weeks later Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich, against whom the fighting organization had long planned an assault, fell victim to Kaliev's bomb and thus fulfilled the SR's promise of revenge. 175. This first public appearance laid the foundation for an enormous increase in the work of the Moscow Committee after the January unrest. University students offered themselves en masse as agitators, educated society donated money and made their apartments available for meetings and assemblies. The number of active members rose to 400 or 500. The flood of new members was so great that the organization had to set up branches and divide the city into rayons, each of which had a center with its own agitators and propagandists. Not the least of the Moscow Committee's success was the acquisition of new, more effective printing machines. The party was for the first time in a position to publish a local SR paper. 176 After a wave of arrests, in June 1905 the SRS in Moscow began to organize fighting brotherhoods. In August, they convened a meeting for the first time under the protection of this 50-man revolutionary militia. They also stepped up agitation among the soldiers, intensified contacts with the organizations of the intelligentsia. 177 and secured a decisive influence over the local sectation of the All-Russian Railroad Union founded in September. 178. The revolution in Moscow reached another high point in the fall. After the September strike by the teachers and students, led in part by SRS, the printers who inclined toward the SRS, started their uprising on October 2 and were joined by the railroad workers on October 9. 4 days later, they stopped all rail traffic to Moscow. On October 14, according to the PSR, 60,000 workers held an enormous meeting on the campus of Moscow University. SRS and SDS addressed the meeting, and the workers openly proclaimed the struggle against the autocracy. Open conflict was now a very real possibility. The Moscow Committee bought weapons and increased the fighting strength of the brotherhoods, commanded by A.A. Yakovlev, by 300 men. 179 At the same time, the strike committee changed into a workers' soviet. It had 21 SRS, including Zenzanov and Rudna. These two also represented their party in the executive committee of the Soviet. 180. All these events of national importance gave the actions of the local party leadership special weight and therefore required closer contact to the center than was normally the case. In addition to frequent visits by Central Committee members like Chernov and Azev, contact was ensured by personal ties as well. The three Moscow Komiteychiki Zenzanov, Fundaminsky, and A. Gotz were simultaneously members of the Central Committee. The formal subordination of the Moscow organization de facto ceased. Zenzanov, at least, later described the cooperation between the local leadership and Central Committee as friendly. There was never any kind of conflicts or fights. 181. At the same time, the SR organization in Moscow underwent a further important change. Because the stream of members continued and soon counted 1,300 to 1,500 workers as more or less bound to the party 182, a new restructuring had become necessary. As a result, the party divided the city into 10 to 15 autonomous Rayon groups. After a city conference confirmed the Rayon representatives, the Moscow SRS formed the local committee. Consisting of 20 to 25 members and armed with a further 30 to 35 attached propagandists, this committee was for the first time democratically elected. 183. The Moscow organization was at full strength, had a large number of competent revolutionaries. 184, wielded more than enough money, and had the support of a broad periphery of sympathizers. Under these conditions, it entered the fray of the December events. Because the course of events are well known, they need only to be briefly recounted here. 185. On December 3, the Tsar had the entire executive committee of the St. Petersburg Soviet arrested. The revolutionary parties responded by calling for a general strike on December 7. Although little happened in St. Petersburg, in Moscow the Mensheviks, Bolsheviks, and socialist revolutionaries, in a rare moment of unity, acted forcefully and made the decision to stage an uprising. On the agreed day, the trains and streetcars stood still, pharmacies were closed, and the printing presses and other firms ceased to work. The government sent in troops, who on December 8 surrounded an assembly and arrested a few participants. This occurred again on the following day, only on a much larger scale, as members of SR and SD fighting brotherhoods were locked in the Fiedler School. This time the authorities arrested 118 people. The confrontation was coming to a head. On December 10, the first street barricades appeared and open fighting began. The Krasnaya Presnaya neighborhood resisted with special bitterness. Here the PSR had an exceptionally well-armed fighting brotherhood of 400 to 500 men under the leadership of Sokolov. 186. However, after just 2 days, the superiority of regular troops was apparent and the struggle was decided in favor of the state. Without question, the Moscow revolutionaries had overestimated their strength. This was especially true of the local PSR leadership. They ignored the warning of their own central committee and instead rattled the chains the loudest and succumbed to that fetish of social revolutionary politics by calling most vigorously for revolt. One of the central figures in these events, Zenzinov, justified this policy years later as unavoidable. 187. The police repression following the December days seriously damaged a Moscow organization already weakened by internal conflict with the Maximalists. Under the direction of a Central Committee representative, first Lebedev and then Slatov, it took the party until the summer of 1906 before it could effectively resume agitation and restore the personnel strength of 1,500 to 3,000 members. 188. But the party's work never reached the level of quality or scale that it had had in the fall. The Moscow Committee had to surrender its leading position among SR local organizations to St. Petersburg, and in 1907 it began to undergo rapid decay. The staff of propagandists shrunk to 10 to 12, the number of organized workers dropped to 1,189,190, and the Okhrana delivered the coup de grâce in the summer of 1907, when it succeeded in arresting all the participants of a Central Oblast conference. Until the outbreak of World War I, the PSR in Moscow never recovered from this terrible attack. The leadership consisted of second-rate cadres, and police spies had a field day. In the fall of 1907, the Central Committee had to act. Because of the incompetence and suspicion of provocation, it dissolved the local leadership. It then charged a commission, which included Armand and Videnyapin, with the task of rebuilding the Moscow organization. 394. But their work was also constantly interrupted by arrests, and illegal work was practically impossible. In the fall of 1909, the Okhrana succeeded in arresting the entire Moscow Committee, including its hardcore, Potapov and the former Narodovolets A.V. Pribylev. The PSR's most important local committee thus met an inglorious end. Adding insult to injury, after the disaster of 1909, the PSR discovered that this final Okhrana assault had been made possible by the police spy, Z.F. Zushenko, who had held a key position in the secretariat of the Oblast Committee since the end of 1907.191. July 1, 15. St. Petersburg. It comes as quite a surprise to discover that, unfortunately, the PSR's activities in St. Petersburg are extremely poorly documented. Even the collection of local reports of activities, which could have served as an alternative source, only refers to orders from the Central Committee. 192. One reason for this lack of documentation may be seen in the control that the Central Committee held over the local committee since the fall of 1905. The names of few known members of the St. Petersburg Committee point to this conclusion. 193. Still, the city did have its own organization that was to deal with its own problems. These problems are partially reflected in the articles published in the local party paper THIRD-WORLDISM, published since September 1906. Azef founded the SR group in the capital in 1902, but only in 1904 was able to achieve noticeable success among the working class. It founded a workers' union that was soon in a position to assume some of the leadership tasks held by the intelligentsia. The workers' union was at times even able to act as a competitor to the intelligent. 194. As the revolutionary unrest mounted, membership grew so rapidly that the St. Petersburg Committee was also able to establish a differentiated organization that also included active factory cells. The number of activists grew to be so large that the party created executive committees at all levels and guaranteed democratic decision-making from bottom to top. An indication of the independence and initiative of the lower-level party groups was the perception by the party leadership that subgerayans must be created as an intermediate authority between the factory cells and the rayons. 195. By the fall of 1906, at least, positive reports predominated at conferences. The Central Council of the Workers' Union. The Nevsky Rayon boasted of a strong and powerful organization with more than 1,000 members. The Petersburg Rayon also reported solid relationships. The Moscow Rayon expressed the opinion that SRs are dominant in almost all the factories. It was only the Vyborg Rayon that sent somewhat less optimistic reports. 196. The greatest hope for SR influence among the trade unions was the railway workers. 197. In addition to the working class, the local party found great resonance among the students. Some 21 organizations had approximately 800 students. 198. As late as 1907, SRs in the capital were able to organize an impressive citywide conference, something their comrades in Moscow were absolutely incapable of doing, which included the participation of 97 delegates and guests of the committee, the Railroad Workers' Union, the peasant and military agitators, students, trade unions, 45 elected Rayon representatives as well as many subsidiary and related PSR organizations. Despite complaints of an increasing lack of propagandists, the reports of the neighborhood committees were mainly positive. 199 months later, the St. Petersburg organization claimed to have then 6,000 total members. 1. Harassment. The SRSI extraordinary success in St. Petersburg in elections for the Workers' Curia to the Second Duma confirmed these positive reports. Social Democrats were the big winners in this election and solidified their strong position in the proletariat in St. Petersburg. Nevertheless, the two SD factions judged this result a serious M. For the PSR did win an unexpectedly high number of votes. Socialist revolutionaries even won in factories that were held to be the most progressive and avant-garde of the Marxist revolution too. It would be a mistake, however, to assume that this advantageous electoral outcome equated with organizational strengths. The PSR in St. Petersburg also suffered from having many fellow travelers and too few activists. 3 Still, it was able to count upon a mass basis that enabled it to be active on a significant scale under the most difficult conditions after 1907. This ability set the St. Petersburg organization apart from almost all other SR organizations. 7.2. Organizational problems and internal conflicts. The numerous deficiencies and failures of the local SR committees all point to deeper organizational difficulties. The admittedly fragmentary sources clearly shows that these substantial difficulties did indeed tend to cripple the work of the local committees. Inter-party democracy. All PSR local organizations supported the decisions of the First Party Congress that had advocated the introduction of democratic principles. It appears that the SRS in the North Caucasus pursued these principles most vigorously. An Oblast conference even voted as a matter of principle categorically against the possibility of co-optation and allowed a limited application of this procedure only in exceptional cases. 4 The socialist revolutionaries in neighboring Taganrog, Don Oblast, were also very strict. This region reported an unusual case where a committee was removed because it had wasted party money, that is, neglected its official duties. 5 In the Northwest Oblast, the leadership of party organizations was, as a rule, democratically elected because of massive pressure from the party grassroots. 6 Finally, the SRS in St. Petersburg apparently institutionalized an exemplary control of the leadership by the grassroots, at least since 1906. 7 Elsewhere in Russia, it was especially the vigilant Okhrana that ensured the continuing practice of the accepted but less desirable method of co-optation. For example, in Nizhny Novgorod half of all SR groups were compelled to abandon elections. A provincial conference even felt forced to set up an alternative committee to exercise the function of a legitimate provincial assembly in the event that the regular assembly could not be convened. 8 In the Urals one half of the committees from Perm were elected and the other half co-opted. Such a procedure was probably not the rule, because the PSR's organizations in this region were infiltrated by the Maximalists, who tended toward a conspiratorial, authoritarian centralist procedure. The SRS in Ufa even proposed to reorganize the entire regional structure according to terrorist principles and to approve only those aspects of peaceful preparation for the rising that did not divert the strength of the party workers from the main task of the struggle. 9 In Siberia hardly any committees were elected, almost all, like the committee in Chita, were appointed. 10 The principle of election was unconditionally applied in the Volga region, though modified by co-optation in Simbirsk and Penza. 11 But the majority of less important committees did not use democratic principles, not because they had contempt for democratic principles but because, as the SRS from Tsaritsyn explained, there was a shortage of workers in the center. 12 Similar internal and external difficulties forced a South Russian Oblast conference to recognize honestly the radical consequences and to admit, as early as November 1906, that the principle of direct and complete elections of leading party institutions is impossible to realize under the current conditions of a police state. 13 In other words, the modest beginnings of inter-party democracy as envisioned by the First Party Congress, the progress of which depended upon the further victory of the revolution, had proven to be a dangerous mirage. Representative for the great majority of local organizations, the South Russian Oblast buried another of the PSR's democratic experiments. This experiment did not fail due to a lack of effort, but because of very real and insuperable obstacles. The work of Oblast organizations. A first, overall indicator of the ability of the oblasti to function effectively is the number of general conferences that are held. These conferences were above all to maintain the contacts between the local organizations throughout the nation and serve as a medium for middle-level decision-making in the party. As far as can be determined, all oblasti organized these costly, democratically legitimate congresses, but did so rarely as a rule, only 2 or 3 times, for example in Siberia, the Urals, the North Oblast, the North Caucasus, Don region, and also the Central Industrial region. In Ukraine, during the first year and a half after the official establishment of the Oblast organization, only a single conference took place. Exceptions were to be found in Belorussia with 6 conferences and the Volga, which convened even more conferences. 14 In general, the functional ability of the Oblast committees corresponded to the conditions of the respective regional organizations as a whole. The center in North Russia appeared hardly able to work at all. It had its hands full nearly trying to secure its very existence. As typical of the condition of the PSR's Lopal committees, the Oblast Committee in the Northern Oblast had 5 elected members in March 1906, by August of the same year, only 2 remained, despite the co-optation of 5 more members. 15 The unavoidable conclusion is that the Okhrana was effectively paralyzing the PSR's activity just as the apogee of the revolution had passed. Socialist revolutionary organizations in the central industrial region were also not very energetic. It was therefore no surprise that the Oblast Committee here complained of terrible incoherence in the local groups. In an effort to tie these groups together and simultaneously draw upon the experience of oblastniki who conducted agitation at the local level, the Oblast Committee actually suggested in July 1907 that the center henceforth no longer reside in one place but rather should operate at the grassroots level and come together only infrequently. 16 In the Urals, even the largest committee, that in Perm, complained about the unsteady relationships to the Oblast Committee and the poor supply of literature. 17 The situation was not much better in Siberia, where the basic necessities to build an organization covering all this vast region were simply non-existent. The land here was even more sparsely populated than in European Russia, the breadth of its territory was still more extensive, the dark masses were even less enlightened, communications between the urban centers and contiguous communities were even more sporadic. The complaints from the committee in Chita offer a good example of what the local party workers faced. It declared that work in the province could hardly be planned, because the personnel capacity simply did not permit coverage of the entire, enormous Transbaikal Oblast. 18 The provincial groups that were established were stillborn, they were incapable of autonomous existence, forcing the city committees to assume all the important tasks. 19 In light of the especially difficult conditions of Siberia, such shortcomings of local committees may seem understandable. In Ukraine, however, a region with another geography and socio-economic structure, the Oblast Committee was also incapable of accomplishing its tasks. Even the Ukrainian delegate to the party Konferenby in London in 1908 had to admit that this strategically important oblast was organizationally not in top form. 20 In 1906, for example, the Oblast Committee consisted of only 2 people and consequently was overwhelmed by the task of trying to administer 8 provinces. So great was the misery that even so experienced a revolutionary as Miner, who was briefly the Central Committee's representative 3L Crane, could not make a significant improvement. Although he did accomplish on carrot task, setting up an oblast paper, the whole enterprise, the product of much careful and difficult work, collapsed soon after he left the area. 21 Hence it is not surprising that numerous committees complained about the poor contact to the Oblast Committee. The SRS in Ekaterinoslav felt compelled to lodge the accusation that the Oblast Committee in no way fulfilled its duties. 22 It is difficult to identify the causes of such chronic disorganization. In any case, the deficiency of qualified revolutionaries, the excuse offered by the delegate to the London General Conference, was hardly a sufficient explanation. Only a few Oblast committees performed satisfactory work. A Central Committee emissary praised the tight and effective leadership of the Southern Oblast and pointedly compared its exemplary success with the failures of the comrades in Ukraine. 23 In Jaith Caucasus, the first Oblast Committee was incompetent, and the second was decimated by arrests. Nevertheless, the regional party center was apparently able to be continuously active. 24 The Oblast Committee of the Northwest Oblast was remarkable for its ability and judiciousness. 1. Good sign of its competence was THQ good contact between almost all the local groups and the leadership. 228 The extraordinarily rich documentation on Belorussia shows that even an extremely energetic Oblast Committee could not compensate the inherent weaknesses in party organization. It was especially difficult, if not impossible, to overcome the lack of independence of socialist revolutionaries at the grassroots. In accordance with the ideal of democratic decision-making, the SRS at the grassroots were to support the higher-level party organizations both financially and through personal initiative. The reality was quite different. The Oblast Committee gave the local groups the necessary money, offered organizational help, took care of distributing literature, and loaned professional revolutionaries. Calls for help from below were so numerous that the resources of the regional party leadership were stretched too thin and finally, forced it to protest. A circular from November 1906 pointed out that the task of the Oblast Committee was to support the activities of local organizations. That support, however, was intended only for exceptional cases and solely in matters important for the entire oblast. The party must hold to the rule that the grassroots supports the party leadership. Point 25. The Belarusian Oblast Committee also complained that the calls for help often led nothing more than local egoism harmful to the party as a whole. The competition for scarce personnel resources often degenerated to a purely commercial trade. 26. At the beginning of 1907, the Oblast Committee warned that the period of chaotic relationships in which especially those organizations that had just joined the party existed in isolation from one another is now behind us. Local patriotism was natural in this period. But now, as every single center is a part of the larger whole, a sense of belonging to a unified party is essential. 27. Local SRS also caused the Oblast Committee much difficulty by committing numerous minor sins. Thus, they used slogans and addresses of conspiracy much too sloppily and thereby endangered many groups. Far too many unqualified comrades went underground where they accomplished nothing but became a burden to the party treasury, since, as professionals and for humanitarian reasons, the party felt obliged to support the illegals. It often happened that local committees tried to free themselves from useless ballast by shunting incompetent party workers off to the OK under the pretense of distributing resources more efficiently. 28. At the same time, the grassroots of the Northwest Oblast had complaints of its own. They especially accused the leadership of sending incompetent comrades and of lethargy in the struggle against intra-party dissidents. On this last point, the Oblast Committee's hands were largely tied, for the party statute gave the Central Committee the sole right to dissolve committees. An oblastnik at a regional conference in November 1907 argued convincingly that the regional centers were in a miserable situation, adding that on the one hand they are the authority and on the other nothing. For example, a Rayan organization in Bryansk strongly infiltrated by Maximalists systematically held the Oblast Committee at arm's length and would not even allow its members to attend the Rayan meetings. This abnormal situation had to be corrected by a new interpretation of the party statute. Point 29. Regardless who was to blame for this situation, the local groups and the Oblast Committee in Belarusia did agree that the party faced serious problems. In February 1907, the party summarized these problems thus. 1. Infirmity of the purely urban socialist revolutionary organizations caused by a lack of resources, the absence of an element binding peripheral organizations with the center, and by the general conditions of the northwestern region. A further important cause was that the Jewish proletariat stood completely under the banner of the Social Democratic Party. 2. Extremely weak peasant agitation in the eastern part of the oblast and its complete absence in the western part. 3. Inactivity of the terror brigades. 4. The existence of organizations completely incapable of working with their own resources and therefore requiring external support. 5. Extreme scarcity of material means and the complete absence of sources of resupply. 6. Poor organizational links between individual party groups, leading to a purely local consciousness that damages the party as a whole. 7. A false understanding of many organizations regarding the rights and duties of the individual organizations in their relationship to the party as a whole. 30. Conflicts. Aside from external conditions, such as repression from autocracy and difficult geographic conditions, in many areas internal conflicts limited the effectiveness of the PSR's local organizations. One root cause of local conflicts was the expansion of the maximalist heresy that, as mentioned above, in 1906 reached almost all of the larger SR committees. Maximalism was the cause of much unrest, especially in Belarusia and Ukraine. 31 But there was another, less radical opposition that was democratic and certainly did stand on the party platform and support official tactics even while making common cause with the extreme left. As a rule, it appeared among the Working masses as well ACI the intelligentsia. 32 This opposition directed its critique above all against the widespread authoritarian methods of the established local leadership. It insisted on elections and worked to ensure that control from below was effective. In Tula the party folk protested strongly against the sitting Komite, who obviously feared for their sinecures and hence resisted elections. The conflict ended with the victory of the rabble-rousers and the introduction of the electoral principle of all party organizations from Rayon to City Committee. 33 The workers in Dvinsk set up a short-lived curial electoral system, i.e., they elected the delegates to the workers' union independent from the city conference and the Rayon committee. They did so because otherwise the masses would be ignored and their relationship to work would cool off. 34 The workers' union in Kursk complained of poor participation and, together with the peasant agitators, in eagerness of youthful enthusiasm forced out the old party leadership. 35 Finally, the SR workers in St. Petersburg complained vociferously about the chasm separating the working masses from the party bosses. 36 In 1906, the workers' protests succeeded in giving their union, which before had only an advisory function, full voting rights in the city committee. They then became the dominant element in the SR organization in the capital. 37J. These examples demonstrate the effort needed before the working class could participate in the leadership of the local committees. They also illustrate the social divide that continued within the party structure. Neither the distance between the center and the periphery, nor the opposition between the intelligentsia and the masses, which was organizationally expressed by the parallel institutions of local committees and the executive committee of the workers' union, 38 could be eliminated during the years of revolution. However, it was no longer the alleged passivity of the targets of SR agitation that were at fault for this unhappy result. At the beginning of the Russian revolutionary movement, and in the first decade of the 20th century with regard to the peasantry, it was probably still true, the passivity of the population was indeed one cause for the lack of success of the PSR's agitation. Still, it was increasingly the case that urban workers in the PSR were largely excluded from party life because of the tendency to build hierarchies, to manifest oligarchic tendencies, and to satisfy a revolutionary lust for office. It was thus no surprise that a provincial conference in Kharkov in 1908 advanced the suggestion to relieve the crisis in the party by changing the PSR into a purely workers' organization that is not based on intelligentsia 3. 7.3 Membership strength and social geography of the PSR. Exception: the information about party membership before 1906 is not available. However, without reports of the local committees indicate that the new party could win. Made the only a very limited number of supporters. The Second Party Council in October 1906. Attempt to determine how much the revolution had changed the party's membership. The success of this enterprise was modest. No information came from Siberia, North Russia, and Ukraine, and the other local committees for the most part gave rather rough estimates. In the absence of better data, however, one must use these admittedly incomplete data. In the Peasleys 10 oblast and city organizations for which data are available, the number of party members was about 34,200, see Table 1 on the facing page. Let us assume that the party in Ukraine had about the same membership as in Belorussia, viz., about 5,000 members. Let us further assume that the two other regions providing no membership data, North Russia and Siberia, as regions marginal to the PSR, each had at best 1/4 the strength of Ukraine and Belorussia. In that case, one arrives at a figure of 42,000 organized supporters. The impressive figure of 12,500 members, twice the figure given for the Volga region, for the Belarusian Oblast is ignored, for it is very unlikely that it corresponded with reality. When the party leadership in February 1907 gave a figure of 50,000 members and noted that the Ukrainian SRS were not included in this figure, this figure must be regarded as very optimistic. 3940 A figure of 42,000 to 45,000 is more likely. The official estimate that the party could count on a further 300,000 sympathizers also requires correction, for the statistics of the Second Party Conference only yields a figure of only 65,000. Although these statistics cover just 5 of the 13 Joblast and city organizations, a figure 5 times larger is certainly unrealistic. At the same time, the reports of the local committees do confirm Rabinovich's conclusion that the PSR suffered greatly from a problem common to many parties, namely, a great gap yawned between the number of those counted to be true members by the oblast committees and those that were regarded as the periphery and only supported our program but did not really enter our organization. 41. No matter how large this gap may have been, in any case the PSR was at least numerically inferior to Social Democracy, which counted 81,000 members. Of course, when the split within the RSDRP is taken into account, the Socialist Revolutionaries were indeed slightly stronger than the two Marxist factions of Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, each of whom claimed about 40,000 supporters. 42 To be fair, one must also subtract several thousand maximalists from the supporters of the Socialist Revolutionaries. Although this correction does make the numerical relationship more favorable to the PSR, Radke's position that the Social Democrats had 3 times as many organized members as the PSR can hardly be maintained. 43. Insight into the regional distribution of the SR membership is limited by the incompleteness of the data from the Second Party Council. When the Russian Northwest is listed as the strongest oblast organizations, this is contradicted by the reports of the committees. More plausible are other figures that put the Volga region at the head of the list with 5,100 active party members, followed by the Central Industrial Region. 5,000, St. Petersburg, 3,400, the Southern Oblast, 2,450, and Moscow, 2,000. Elections to the Second Duma provide additional clues to the geographic zones of PSR influence. These data must be used carefully, however, because in many places the PSR could not put forward its own candidates. The party was compelled to enter electoral alliances with the Trudoviki, the Popular Socialists, and the Social Democrats, and hence it is often impossible to distinguish between the votes for these parties. In addition, it is difficult to determine to which faction the Duma delegates belonged. 44 One may thus see it as mere chance that the PSR was the strongest party to the left of the cadets only in the provinces of Kursk, Yerevan, and Vyatka. One can, however, include those regions where the PSR, together with the Trudoviki, sent a majority of the leftist populist delegates to the Duma, the provinces of Chernigov, Voronezh, Tauride, Saratov, Samara, Astrakhan, and Tver, as well as those regions where the Trudoviki alone won a significant share of the vote. In that case, one can discern THFTE large areas as the core areas of SR neo-populist activities. 1. The Black Earth Belt between Kharkov in the west and Samara in the east. 2. The Urals, especially the provinces of Perm and Vyatka, and 3. South Russia. In the Baltics, Belorussia, Central Industrial Zone, and South Ukraine, the PSR was unable to find significant support. Although the party had some important bases in the Caucasus, it was unsuccessful in that region as well. For the most part, both sets of data, the statistics of the Second Party Council and the elections to the Second Duma, confirm the socio-geographic structure of the PSR revealed by the overview of SR activities in local organizations. The question arises of whether there is a general explanation for such a distribution of SR zones of influence. 3 hypotheses present themselves. 1. We can point to the fact that the PSR's area of core support /J is identical with those provinces of the Russian Empire that were the scene of the great peasant revolts of the 17th and 18th centuries. 45 The agrarian protest during the revolution of 1905 to 1906 was also concentrated in these same areas. In short, the regions of the PSR's core support were regions where peasant rebellion was endemic. 46 Indeed, such a tradition did make SR agitation more effective, and the PSR did consciously try to tap this legacy and awaken the spirit of Pogayevshchina. but simply pointing to the identity of the PSR's regions of core support Javith regions having a long tradition of peasant revolt is insufficient and unsatisfactory, because the latency of agrarian social protest itself also requires explanation. 2. A second possibility is a socio-economic hypothesis. It is obvious that the announcement of the beginning of a militant struggle for land and freedom and against exploitation would find a strong response in those areas where the peasantry was especially burdened with hunger and poverty. This was especially true in the central Black Earth Zone, that region of chronic crisis in Russian agriculture. The reform of 1861 had taken the most land from the peasants in this region. Until 1905, the rural population increased here 5 times faster than the amount of land they owned. As a result, the absence of markets was most pronounced with the corresponding minimal development of industry and urbanization. 47. The conclusion is that the PSR mobilized the population of those agrarian regions that were the most backward, the farthest from markets, and the least developed by capitalism. Although this hypothesis does have some plausibility and can explain why the PSR had its largest reservoir of members and sympathizers in the northern provinces of Ukraine and the northwestern part of the Volga, Penza, Tambov, Rubon closer examination, it proves to be unsatisfactory. SR ideas were found in regions that had no shortage of land and indeed areas where the peasants possessed the largest amounts of land in all of Russia, for example, in the Urals or provinces of Saratov and Samara. 252. And it was just in the PSR's core region on the Middle Volga that a purely socio-economic hypothesis did not apply because, among other reasons, Stolypin's attempt to create middle peasants producing for the market was showing small positive results. 253. 3. Socialist revolutionaries and social democrats both saw in the presence of the Obshchinjais the decisive factor for the popularity of the PSR. 48. Indeed, it was conspicuous that the regions of neo-populist influence were the same as those where the village commune was dominant, that is, all of European Russia with the exception of Belarus, southern Ukraine, and the Baltics. 49. Tin's correlation is the most likely explanation for why the socialist revolutionaries found such a good response in some areas of the Urals. In the final analysis, it seems that the peasant social and economic order determined the political choices outside of the urban industrial centers. Because the Obshchina contributed to the structural crisis of agriculture in Tsarist Rusi, the socio-economic dimension is also implicit in this hypothesis. Party finances. The production and distribution of revolutionary literature, the travel of agitators and propagandists to the provinces, the support of professional revolutionaries and printing presses, the holding of meetings that encompassed several regions, finding secret quarters, and many other daily activities of revolutionary work, all this cost money, a lot of money. The party could conduct effective and continuous work only when, in addition to recruiting competent personnel, it could meet its large and steadily rising financial needs. As a revolutionary party that had declared war on the rich and powerful, from the very beginning it was difficult for the PSR to solve its financial problems. Despite these constant difficulties and numerous complaints of the local organizations, observers from other political camps believed that before 1905 and also during the revolution the neo-populist party suffered least from a lack of material resources. 1. The speed with which the party built its organization and its extraordinarily extensive production of literature at an early stage in its history 2 indicate that the party's sources of financing were relatively abundant, indeed probably more lucrative than those of its competitors. For the years before 1905, it is only possible to determine very roughly, although with a certain probability, where the PSR obtained its financial resources. The journalistic activities of the Agrarian Socialist League and the PSR did produce some modest profits. 3. Because they could sell much of this literature in the extensive colony of 6 migres. Probably more important was the international prestige as well as the extensive network of contacts of the populist stariki, elders. They brought not only sympathy to the new party but also significant donations. Above all, the PSR profiled from the fact that an unusually large number of its leading members came from the financial elite. Thus, the Gotz family was one of the richest in the Russian Empire, Fundaminsky's family was almost as well off as Gotz's, and Zenzinov's father had a fortune of more than 1,000,000 rubles. The heir to Russia's largest tea empire, A.D. Vysotsky, was very close to the party center in exile. A.O. Gavrinskaya was the daughter of a millionaire and later the wife of I. Fundaminsky. Both Vysotsky and Gavrinskaya belonged to the German socialist revolutionaries. All of these people received large, even princely allowances, and they turned over large portions of these allowances to the party treasury. 4 M. Gotz was especially generous. Without wanting to call into question Gotz's revolutionary talents, one should note that his position as the organizational backbone of the party was in fact due to his ability and willingness to finance a large part of the PSR's early activities. The estimated 1 million Russian 6 migrants in the United States played a noteworthy role in supporting the SR budget. The party thought so much of the émigrés in America that, as early as 1903, it set up a group of SR sympathizers who were formally part of the foreign organization. Another sign of the party's high estimation of émigrés 6s occurred in 1905 when it made the renowned Hitlovsky head of the SR group in America. 5 Since 1903, money was transferred to the PSR's central treasury. These transfers totaled about $800 by the middle of 1904 and in the revolutionary years of 1905 to 1906 reached the impressive sum of 400,000 French francs. 6 So promising were the financial resources made possible by the sympathy of the North Americans that in 1904 the PSR sent Breshkovskaya, its most popular figure and the symbol of the revolutionary movement, on a goodwill tour through the United States. The tour was a triumph and brought the party $50.7 around. The turn of the year 1906 to 1907, Gershoni repeated this enterprise but apparently with limited success. 8. With the outbreak of the revolution, the PSR's already favorable financial situation improved even more. Between 1904 and the end of 1905 the budgets of the SR local organizations increased on average 3 times and in some cases, such as in Penza and Moscow, 5 times. 9 The January 1905 budget for the SRS in Moscow, for example, was about 2,300 rubles. In Saratov the local Komitech spent about 220 rubles per month in 1904 and equivalent organizations in 1906 spent about 600 rubles. The sums available to the oblast committees rose at about the same rate. 10 The Central Committee's volume of spending reached 100,000 ruble in 1905 and even 250,000 rubles a year later. For a competent and envious social democratic commentator, this sum was enormously high. 11 Almost half of it, 120,000 rubles, came from Russian sympathizers. 25,000 rubles from the North Americans, and 62,000 rubles from PSRJ members. 13J. Despite these large budgets and impressive rates of growth, the treasuries of most local organizations were empty. Because of the revolution, the costs of literature, travel, and especially for the greatly increased number of professional party workers rose much faster than income. It became ever more difficult to find and few sources of financing, and an increasing number of committees, such as the one in Tsaritsyn, led a poverty-stricken existence. 14 Given this situation of great need, it comes as no surprise that one method of raising funds became ever more popular: expropriation. Judging by their resolutions, the majority of local committees supported the official party line and only allowed the expropriation of state property. However, it was often the case that the leadership's decisions encountered resistance or at least reservations about the party line. Indeed, half the delegates to a party meeting of the SRS in Kiev could find no essential difference between state and private expropriations because state money is in the end the money of the same petty bourgeois. Therefore, they voted against the decision of the party council. 15 At a Rayon conference in St. Petersburg, the majority went so far as to agree to the argument that in light of increasing unemployment, a tax of all kinds presented the only effective means against hunger. 16. This radical yet sober assessment of party finances helped make the expropriation of state and private wealth as the most important source of money for local organizations during the years of revolution. Perm reported, for example, that party work the DRO was financed for a whole year by money taken in robberies. 17 But local committees were not the only ones to fill their coffers in this way. Higher-level party organizations also wanted to share in the blessings, at least from the robberies they had condoned. Unfortunately for the party as a whole, the regulation that the largest portion CJF the booty was to go to oblast committees and the Central Committee, according to a predetermined method of distribution, 18 did not lead to improvements in the regional and central party budgets. Because of this distribution method, it was advantageous for many local organizations either to keep their expropriation secret 19 or simply to refuse to fulfill their duties to turn over money from the robberies. 20 Local egoism was victorious over party reason. In the long run, expropriation proved unable to alleviate the PSR's financial crisis. What expropriation did do was accelerate a development that, towards the end of 1905, became ever more important and hurt the party greatly, a distancing of the liberal intelligentsia from neo-populism. An interesting article in the party's central paper offered this diagnosis of the problem. Educated society became afraid of its own courage the more the social character of the revolution became apparent. Educated society was afraid that the movement it initially supported could turn against itself and therefore began to support other political groups, namely the cadets. 21 In a philippic against the maximalist fever for expropriation at the PSR's Second Party Congress, Gershoni described the resulting circulus viciosus: the organizations have no money and so expropriations are necessary. But expropriations scare away large numbers of sympathizers and consequently donations continually decrease. What was thought to be a means for a short-term source of emergency funding in the long term ripped deeper holes in the party's financing. It was in this sense, and not only in the intended moral sense, that Gershoni warned against the damage that millions could not make good. 22. Even if successful robberies in exceptional cases made up for the deleterious effects cited by Gershoni, the successes only gave the local organizations a temporary breathing spell. Money acquired in revolutionary expropriations was available, like donations, only irregularly, could not be calculated in advance, and hindered long-term planning and forced the local organizations to work in spurts. 23 A careful comment from Kursk on the PSR's financial situation noted, one must admit that the absence of regular sources of income at present heavily damages daily work. 1. It is difficult to guarantee the continuity of the material support for day-to-day operations, and 2. Planning the development of the organization is hindered at every turn. When everything is dependent on irregular contributions, the following ensues: a large sum of money comes from somewhere and feverish activity then breaks out. But as soon as the money is all spent, a period of mass collapse sets in. 24. In such cases, work at the local level was only possible when higher party authorities provided financial and personnel support. Unfortunately, this assistance tended to strengthen the dependency of the local committees, a source of frequent complaint, and thereby reinforce their lack of initiative. The Central Party paper made a good point by commenting that party finances are, so to speak, turned upside down. The party does not support the center, but in fact the center to a large degree supports the party. 2s A thorough reform appeared to be unavoidable. The PSR's Second Party Council meeting of October 1906 recognized the necessity of reform. It introduced membership dues as a source of regular income. In addition, it required each party organization to give 10% of its income to the Central Committee. 25-26 Similar regulations at the regional level required local organizations to give 10 to 15% of their budgets to the next higher level up to the Oblast Committee. 27 Individual groups were free to set the levels of membership dues as they saw fit. As a rule, dues were fixed between 1 and 2% of monthly wages, whereby it was often the case that a rigid progression for those with higher wages was added. 28. These reforms may have been appropriate, but they proved ineffective. The necessary discipline to compel members to pay their dues existed only in a few groups, primarily in the workers' unions. Point 29 The great majority of committees continued to live from donations 30 and, to a very limited degree, from their own resources. 31 A financial report of the Northwest region for the period from October 1906 to February 1907 pointed out that the lower-level organizations contributed a mere 98 rubles to the total income 1,124 rubles. And even this sum was designated a generous overestimation. The Oblast Committee complained that it continued to live from Central Committee resources given by chance. 32 In many cases, local committees were responsible for perpetuating the sad plight of party finances either because they tolerated the non-payment of dues or because they refused their duties to forward money to the next higher organization. At the same time, SRS at the grassroots could plausibly argue that self-financing of local party operations was impossible, given the high rate of unemployment, the low wages of most urban party members, and the poverty of the peasants. However, the party leadership justifiably responded that liberation demands sacrifice and that one must make the masses use the idea that they cannot wait until someone brings them land and freedom. 33. Similarly, the party failed to implement the proposal to support local party finances by selling literature and setting up publishing companies. Hardly any committee chose this very promising and organizationally relatively simple method of earning money, for the revolutionaries at the grassroots despised such activity as the petit bourgeois work of shopkeepers and unworthy of true revolutionaries. The party's central paper criticized such arrogance, and the leadership correctly denounced this dangerous anachronism as an attitude that originated in times when legal literature could not express the ideas of the party and the legal distribution of literature was a form of kulturnikistvo. Underground workers were accustomed to identifying revolutionary work with conspiracy and even during the revolution did not change their minds. Their lack of interest in the legal sale of books was so great and deeply rooted that this business to a large degree slipped out of the party's hands and shifted to commercial enterprises. The article cited above complained that 1wa0 often confronted with the sad picture that party members bought party literature in private shops. Even the black hundredists earned from the revolution. 34. Because the reforms failed, donations fell off, and the time of expropriations was past. 35 By the end of the revolution the SR local organizations had no other sources of income than collections, talks, lectures, social evenings, and similar meetings. 36 But the money generated by these sources could not even clothe their reduced needs. The grassroots became still more of a burden to the central party treasury until its resources too were exhausted. As early as June 1907 Jth Organization Bureau announced in a circular that it would no longer assume the travel costs for the delegates to the Third Party Council. 37 In August, the Central Committee announced that it could no longer subsidize foreign travel for Russian comrades. 38 And in October it threatened to reduce its activity. It also warned comrades at the grassroots that the Central Party treasury is in a very serious condition. It is necessary to limit essential functions of the whole party, no help is forthcoming from the local organizations. Once again the party leadership criticized the extremely unequal distribution of financial resources in the party. While in some oblasti there is literally hunger and party work has stopped, in others the money that was gained, for example, through expropriations, is treated as the sole property of the respective oblast and respective organizations, in violation of party principles and directives of the Party J Council. 39. From local organizations, who themselves often did have a kopeck left, for the dying party treasury. 41 During the summer of 1908, the income of the SR leadership increased to 23,000 rubles. But Chernov's joy at the London General Conference was premature. The recovery did not last for long, and the financial and organizational condition of the party did not improve. The Central Committee's budget even shrunk to its pre-1905 level. The sources of money were the same as in the early phase. After JL 909 the few remaining resources came as far as one can tell, from the donations of friendly magnates, namely from the Moscow tea millionaire Vysotsky as well as a certain Krasnikov, who after 1910 to 1911 apparently became the PSR's most important benefactor. 42 Additional financial support. Dame from collections in the United States. 43 And from the private resources of leading socialist revolutionaries. This new money enabled the PSR to survive in the political arena, but not much. Unfortunately, this critique brought few results. After the party exhausted the reserves kept almost exclusively by personal contacts, December 1907 it had to terminate. Publication of the papers Narodnaya Armia, the People's Army, Za Narod, for the People, and Trud, Work. 40 In 1908, the crisis became acute, as the Central Committee's monthly budget of 30,000 rubles, the figure for the social characteristics of the PSR. In order to gain an understanding of the PSR's social structure that goes beyond the hints contained in reports by local committees, we have matches a representative selection of biographical data. These data come primarily from the following sources. 1. Lists of those wanted by the Okhrana between 1900 and 1916, 1. 2. A membership list of the Society of Political Prisoners and Exiles, 2. 3. Numerous obituaries in the Socialist Revolutionary Press before and after 1917. 4. Frequent biographical comments in the memoir literature and Spyridovicius book. 345. These suggestions provide information on 942 persons. Additional information was contained in surveys conducted at the PSR's first General Conference in August 1908 and the Third Party Congress in May 1917. 6. An analysis of this material aims above all to reveal the social and age differences between members of the separate functional levels of party organizations. To accomplish this task, it seemed appropriate to divide the total sample into 4 groups. SRS listed as simple members were counted as belonging to the grassroots. Party members were especially numerous in the wanted lists of the political police. Local leaders include all those who belong to a PSR city or provincial committee. Regional I leaders were party members who either functioned as oblastniki or assumed central leadership positions at the regional or national levels. The senior party leadership consisted of the members of the Central Committee, the Organization Bureau, the Central Peasant Bureau, and the Central Military Bureau, as well as a circle of revolutionaries close to the Central Committee and from whose ranks came the plenipotentiaries. This group was comprised of 40 persons. 7. A special group consists of party members who dedicated themselves exclusively to terrorist activity and who belonged to the Central Fighting Organization. This category of party members was supplemented by a PSR list of all acts of terror. Unfortunately, this list contains little information about the social background of the terrorists. 8. The degree to which this information is representative of the various groups is variable. There is no question that the data on the party leadership and members of the regional organizational level is the most complete and comprehensive. But the activists of the local committees are probably also well represented. In interpreting this data, a comparison with Perry's results and with Lane's study of social democracy 9 offer the possibility of highlighting the specific characteristics of individual parties. 9.1. Generations of the PSR. A new study pointedly summarizes the relationship between age and modem revolutionary movements as follows. No revolutionary party with original objectives survives from one generation to the next, unless it can seize power and become a ruling party. Each revolutionary party is the instrument of one political generation. This is especially true for the socialist revolutions of the recent past, not for the classic bourgeois revolutions, because only within one generation is it possible to establish a sufficiently precise, motivating consensus over the conception of the post-revolutionary society. In other words, it is difficult to hand down a politically operable concrete utopia from one generation to the next. 10. However, Table 2 on the following page demonstrates that the PSR contradicts such a hypothesis, unless one is prepared to expand the meaning of the term political generation so much that it becomes useless. The neo-populist movement brought together not only different currents of the populist tradition but also several age cohorts. Consequently, there was an extremely wide span between the oldest and the youngest generation. When the age cohorts representing the same political socialization are separated, one can identify roughly 4 generations: the Narodniki, the Narodovoltsevi, as well as the older and younger socialist revolutionaries. The old Narodniki, i.e., those born between 1840 and 1855, were the spiritual fathers and teachers of the PSR. Starting from the late 1880s, they educated a new populist generation. The older generation influenced successors in different ways and in different regions, as exiles on the Volga, in the Urals, and in Siberia. The old Narodniki organized the youth into political circles and taught them the revolutionary tradition of the 187 FLS. As exiles in foreign countries, the older revolutionaries worked as journalists seeking to influence the next generation of the opposition. In the 1890s, they were the godfathers to the first neo-populist groups. Indeed, these newly constituted groups owed their rapid expansion largely to the work of old Narodniki. We have already mentioned the very prominent role of Stariki in the PSR, such as Breshkovskaya, Volkhovsky, Shishko, and Natanson. Tyochev, Lazarev, Mikhalevich, and probably Bonkosmolovsky also belonged to the leading cadres. Even though the former adherents of Tchaikovsky, Lavrov, and Bakunin as a whole. To get 3 rubles. 15 Chernov. Member of Committee, Chairman of Committee, Vice Chairman of Committee. Member of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers' Council. Source: Tretyi Est Partii Socialistov Revolutionarov. Petrograd 1917, Appendix. Sonalitais were the founders of Revolutionaya MYSL, Revolutionary Thought, 12, IAL Luilovsky and VK. Agafonov as well as AN. Back, Fight, and Billet from the circle close to the Central Committee. Given such a substantial presence of former Narodnaya members in the PSR, it should come as no surprise that even at the Third Party Congress in May 1917, 7% of the delegates were Narodovoltsevi. See Table 2D on page 268, Table 2F on page 269, and Table 2H on page 270. The Narodovoltsevi were the hardcore of the SR elite and decisively influenced the neo-populist movement. Not surprisingly, this generation was also not well represented in the RSDRP. 13. Socialist revolutionaries, in a more limited sense, were those party members who did NJT begin their political careers in any of the early populist groups. Their political consciousness was awakened toward the end of the 1880s and especially in the 1890s by the experience of the first effects of industrialization, effects such as the economic crisis at the beginning of the decade, the creation of an urban proletariat, increasing poverty in the cities, growing unrest in the peasantry, and the conflict between Marxists and populists over the chances of the development of capitalism in Russia. Those born between 1870 and 1890 were the supporters of the party organization at the grassroots. By 1917, they comprised 75% of the cadres of the Socialist Jate Revolutionary Party, Table 2D on page 268, and were the real opponents of the Social Democrats. This group was clearly divided into at least 2 political generations. The transition from the 1870s to the 1880s marked the dividing line between these 2 groups. Such prominent personalities as Gershony, Chernov, Slatov, Kraft, Leonovich, and Azef belonged to the older group. Altogether, this one older generation accounted for approximately 12.5% of the party leadership, 30% of the participants of the First General Conference, 16% of the regional, 20% of the local lead, ERS, and 20% of the party grassroots, Table 2 on page 266 and Table 2B on page 267. The younger socialist revolutionary generation consisted of those who held the fate of the party in their hands during the Revolution of 1917. Most of these party members made their debut during the general rehearsal in 1905. After that experience, the most talented made their way to the heights of the leadership. The latter included the German socialist revolutionaries Zenzinov, Avksantev, Fundaminsky, Agats, and Rudnaya. One can cite as well B.N. Lebedev and V.I. Lebedev, the agitator of the army and Folkhovsky's assistant in publishing the Soldiers' Paper to a Narod, p. At least for these representatives of the new generation of populists, one can discern common political and tactical opinions that were the foundation of their group homogeneity. They all joined the right opposition that had arisen in the party since 1909, they argued for a legal, anti-terrorist tactic. During World War I, most were defenders of the fatherland. In 1917 they again stood in the party's right wing or right center. The question remains open whether this remarkably uniform development of impatient revolutionaries and apostles of militant struggle, Zenzinov and Agats were members of Azef's fighting organization. Rudnaya made a name for himself during debates at the First Party Congress with maximalist speeches. Two advocates of peaceful reform and evolution was the result of their common belief in the Neo-Kantian ethics and Weltanschauung. Without question, international socialism evinced a close relationship between revisionism and Neo-Kantianism. 1415 Nevertheless, most of the leaders on the SR left and maximalism, example Sokolov and Mazurin, also came from this generation. Table 2 on page 266 and Table 2b on page 267 quite clearly indicate that the younger neo-populists, i.e., those born between 1880 and 1890, formed the core of the PSR's cadres inside Russia. They made up 49% of the grassroots, 33% of the local, 25% of the regional leadership, and 40% of the participants at the first General Party Conference. It was only at the level of party leadership that they were barely represented, 12.5%. One good explanation for their lack of representation in the party leadership was that, before World War I, the up-and-coming socialist revolutionaries were simply too young to assume leadership tasks at such a high level. Further light is shed on the party's generational structure by this absence of the very young in the party. Leadership, the correlation between age and one's place in the apparatus was very strong. As a whole, the PSR was an extraordinarily young party. According to Table 1 on page 249, in 1905, the average age of all socialist revolutionaries was 22.7 years, and the average age of simple party members was 22 years. The accurate statistics on assassinations show an average age of SR bomb throwers to be just 22.4 years, thus confirming what is known about the special attraction of political terror for the young. Table 2c on page 267. The age rose for leaders at the local level, 23.4 years, at the regional level, 27.3, and central party leadership, 38.7. The delegates to the First General Conference in 1908 were on average 31.8 years old. 16 Such a close correlation between age and party rank indicates a very limited degree of inter-party mobility. This correlation suggests that the movement between the organizational levels was low and that the circulation of 61ites was limited by the significant distance between the center and periphery. It appears that the PSR had a gerontocracy consisting, above all, of the veterans of Narodnaya Volia and the earliest socialist revolutionaries. Seniority opened the way to party leadership. It was no accident that the schism of the maximalists as well as the faction building on the right was, among others, a generational conflict. 17. It appears that a hierarchy based on age in this way did not exist in the RSDRP. Indeed, it was especially the Bolshevik faction that was notable for its relative homogeneity with respect to age and the openness between party levels. The average age of the Leninist delegates to the Fifth Party Congress in 1907 was only 27.1. And the Menshevik delegates were, with an average age of 29.2 years, somewhat younger than the comparable participants of the PSR's London Conference. 18 Thus the observation is even more astounding. The simple SD party member was on average significantly older than his SR party colleague, with the Mensheviks again holding seniority. 19 It is highly speculative to infer a degree of revolutionary radicalism from such differences, as Lane hints. Still, these generational differences deserve our attention because they add to our understanding of the political form of all three revolutionary parties an essential characteristic. J. I. The social characteristics of the PSR. Journalists, literati, or university teachers, by contrast, the latter were more prominent among regional leaders, 23.5%, and the party leadership, 25%, as Table 4 on the following page shows. These figures do not include the many revolutionaries who were professional party workers could justifiably be counted among the professions cited above. If these are taken into account, the figure for those party members close to the Central Committee is 60% and for the regional party leadership is about 33%. About 20% of the delegates to the First General Conference designated themselves as literati, and some of those classified only as professional revolutionaries belong to this category. See Table 4b on page 279.1. Only members of the new intelligentsia, specialists in a maturing modern industrial society, such as engineers, agronomists, lawyers, and medical doctors, were as strongly represented at the highest levels of party leadership. 17% of the local, 19.6% of the regional, and 35%. Among the simple party members, only about 7% came from these groups. The percentage of professions rose at each higher level of the party organization. 1. The obverse was true: those with fewer or no skills. Among the simple party members, the percentage of workers, peasants, traders, and soldiers was about 37%. By contrast, only 13.4% of the local leaders, 4% of the regional leaders, and a mere 2.5% of the party leadership came from this category. The professions of the lower middle class and the less qualified intelligentsia comprised 5.9% of the regional leaders and a modest 2.5% of those close to the Central Committee. Thus these groups were significantly less represented at the highest levels of the party leadership than the lower levels, where they comprised 17% of the rank-and-file members and 11.3% of the local activists. At all levels of the organizational hierarchy, the students appear to be represented about equally. Due to their age, however, students apparently could not work themselves into the Central Committee. Without doubt, the Hu intelligentsia dominated all of the revolutionary and oppositionist parties in Russia, including the cadets. This was an indication of their special role as the substitute for the middle class and as an agent for economic and social progress in a backward society. Nevertheless, a comparison with social democracy does reveal important differences. In the higher leadership of the RSDRP, there were also revolutionaries with a higher education. According to Lane, 44.3% of the Bolshevik and 38.9% of the Menshevik local leaders had attended an institution of higher education. It should, however, be noted that the proportion of those with higher education in the RSDRP was significantly lower than in comparable PSR groups, 68.6% of the regional leaders in Table 3 on the facing. The SD leaders also differed from their SR competitors in professional and occupational status. Among the Bolshevik delegates to the Fifth Party Congress, Lane found that 36.2% were artisans, and among the Menshevik delegates 31.9%. But only 8.2% of those present at the PSR's First General Conference belonged to this social category. Other professions and trades were also poorly represented. For example, students comprised only 4.8% of the Bolshevik and 5.2% of the Menshevik delegates compared to 25% of the participants at the corresponding PSR conference. See Table 4 on page 278. Arid Table 4b on the page before. Moreover, the percentage of journalists, literati, and professors among the SR regional leaders, 23.5%, was significantly higher than among the Social Democrats, 14.3% for Bolsheviks and 18.6% for Menshevik delegates to the Party Congress in 1907.
Point 3. On the basis of a long-term comparison of worker representation at the RSDR Peace Party conferences between 1903 and 1912, it appears that social democracy demonstrated a continuous tendency towards proletarianization and regia/nation. This tendency reached its apogee at the Prague Conference in 1912, when 64% of the revolutionaries came from the working class. Point 4. As far as one can tell, the PSR did not undergo a comparable process before World War I. Only the flood of new members in 1917 initiated a similar, if hesitant, and less powerful, process of proletarianization and rejuvenation in the PSR. At the Third Party Congress in May 1917, workers and soldiers, 33% of all delegates, made up the largest single group. Despite the notable differences, we must not overemphasize the social and educational differences between Social Democrats and Socialist revolutionaries. The available data are not always comparable and do not allow any well-founded conclusions. Without question, the structures of both parties shared a common fundamental characteristic, namely, strong domination of the educated intelligentsia. When one attempts to describe more closely the gray mass of SRS, three groups above all can be readily identified. Table 4 on page 278. 1. University and secondary school students, who made up about 21% of rank and file party members. 2. Employees of small shops and the lower intelligentsia, such as village teachers and medical assistants. 3. Workers, artisans, peasants, soldiers, and small traders, who comprised about 38% of the party's grassroots. Most of the SRS in Politicheskaya Katorga practiced these professions and trades. Fully 53% of all socialist revolutionaries, according to Politicheskaya Katorga, came from the ranks of workers, artisans, and peasants. Shop employees as well as the lower intelligentsia provided 25% of the membership, and students 16.5%. While all the revolutionary parties recruited members primarily from these social groups, 6. There were some peculiarities regarding the segments of Russian society influenced by the PSR and from which it drew its membership. Above all, it was a specific characteristic of the party that the intelligentsia was very strongly represented. In searching for a description of the typical SR, one always finds the same groups, a point noted by critics and the party literature alike: lower-level medical personnel, village teachers, and students who ceased their studies, as listed by Spiridovich in a pejorative tone, or teachers, doctors, medical assistants, agronomists, technicians, statisticians, copyists, lawyers, and artists, on whom Breshkovskaya set her hopes. 7. It seems that the representatives of these professions and trades who were less qualified and who lived in the countryside enjoyed special importance within the party. The ideal source for recruits for SR agitators at the grassroots was thus this lower intelligentsia. 8. A further social characteristic of the PSR was the special sympathy it enjoyed among white-collar employees, above all, postal employees, railway workers, and salesmen. The reasons for this preference is difficult to determine. Presumably, white-collar employees preferred the PSR because it raised its banner in the name of all the poor, a social group with which the white-collar employees could more easily identify, whereas social democracy primarily represented the interest of industrial workers. It is an open question whether considerations of prestige and status were a factor in making the white-collar employees more skeptical of a party claiming to be exclusively the avant-garde of the proletariat. Despite the decisive influence of the intelligentsia, it would be unwarranted to accept the polemical label of the SDS and to see the PSR as the party of the petty bourgeoisie intelligentsia. And 9. There can be no doubt that the PSR also found mass support in the working class and that workers joined its organization. Even in the less industrialized regions of Tsarist Russia, where the neo-populist movement was most extensive, the SRS were mainly active in the cities. Only cities possessed the essential preconditions for a political process, such as an adequate level of education and sufficiently developed communications network. A convincing confirmation of the support that the PSR enjoyed in the working class came in the 1907 elections to the St. Petersburg Workers' Curia. The results of this election caused a great stir among the revolutionary parties. Until then, the SDS believed that the proletariat of the capital city, as the avant-garde of the Russian Revolution, was firmly on their side. The Social Democrats did win 46.8% of the vote and about 115 to 120 electors, but these results were nonetheless a disappointment for the party. Although the SRS won only 36.1% of the vote and 60 to 65 electors, they emerged as the real and unquestioned victors. Even Lenin had to admit that social democracy had really suffered a defeat. Not only did the workers vote for more SR candidates than expected but, more importantly, the populists had won the majority precisely in those large factories that were the strongholds of the class-conscious, revolutionary part of the proletariat. 10. The detailed analysis by a Menshevik writer proved conclusively that SD votes came primarily from urban neighborhoods where the economic structure consisted of small firms and enterprises. Of each 100 votes for the Social Democrats, 58 votes came from enterprises. With more than 1,000 workers, by contrast, 83 of each 100 votes for the socialist revolutionaries came from these larger enterprises. 11. The same picture obtains if the electoral results are viewed in terms of production sector. In the metalworking factories dedicated to meeting the needs of the Army and Navy, the PSR, not the RSDRP, contrary to expectations, was the favorite of the workers, 51% to 26%, as shown in Table 5b on page 285. Social Democrats were the victors in the textile factories, 63.1% compared to 28% for the socialist revolutionaries, and the rest of the smaller enterprises, 67.9% for the Social Democrats, 14.3% for the socialist revolutionaries. The Russian Marxists had to accept a similar but not quite so harsh a lesson in the elections to the Workers' Curia in South Russia, where the neo-populist competitors were victorious above all in the large factories in Bryansk. 12. In Baku, the SRS reported that for Baku, as in St. Petersburg, it is characteristic that the petty bourgeoisie PSR dominates among the workers in the large enterprises, while social democracy is preeminent among the workers in the small enterprises. 13j. Thus the PSR's relationship to the working class appears to be complex and cannot be reduced to a simple formula. On the one hand, the reports of SR local committees attested that the largest portion of the proletariat in almost all cities stood solidly on the side of social democracy. As a rule, the SDS could easily maintain their supremacy. On the other hand, in the larger cities the SRS succeeded in setting up strongholds even in workers' neighborhoods and conquering areas of SD core support during elections. To understand this apparent contradiction, one must first distinguish between the mobilization and the organization of supporters. Those voting for the PSR were by no means active party members. Despite this distinction, it is necessary to find a general explanation for the differing levels of influence of social democracy and neo-populism in the working class. Lane offers an interesting hypothesis. In his view, the PSR found great resonance above all in cities with a relatively backward industry and a heterogeneous economic structure that combined older and modern industry. He argues further that a labor-intensive technology using unskilled workers drew emigrants from the countryside. As opposed to areas with a homogeneous industrial structure, these peasant newcomers could not be satisfactorily assimilated and, especially in the large factories, formed islands of peasant norms and values, i.e. enclaves of the agrarian sector. A deficient integration into urban life and Table 5a. Votes of the St. Petersburg Workers' Curia in the elections to the Second State Duma, 1907, by parties and size of enterprise. Enterprises. B. The maintenance of strong connections to the village worked to the PSR's advantage. 14. Several statements from the neo-populists support this interpretation. For example, workers who came into the city in the summer, such as stove fitters, masons,
carpenters etc. became the special proteges of the PSR to promote an alliance between those exploited in the agrarian and industrial sectors. Point 15. The Central Party paper found that the PSR found mainly the support of the grey mass but could win few of the conscious and settled workers. Point 16. At the same time, one must not overlook several factors that cannot easily fit into Lane's explanation. Table 4 on page 278 shows that the workers organized by SRS consisted of 2/3 skilled labor and only 1/3 unskilled labor, share Norabaki, that might be expected to constitute the majority, 18.6% to 9.3%. The same results emerge from a study of the SRS listed in Politicheskaya Katorga 17. Furthermore, the numerous reports of the local organizations indicate that as a rule the PSR spoke to skilled workers, craftsmen, mechanics, lathe operators, cabinet makers, printers, tailors, shoemakers, bakers, smiths, hat makers and barbers. In other words, almost all of the skilled trades were sympathetic to neo-populism. A final argument against Lane's hypothesis is the substantial popularity that the PSR in Baku, where the petrochemical industry used the most modern Western European technology. The PSR's popularity in Baku cannot be described as something based on enclaves of newly arrived peasants. Point 18. It is difficult to assess the importance of such objections, for they often rest on individual and random pieces of information. Lane propounds the following general thesis: the resonance in the working class toward both of Russia's great revolutionary parties was approximately proportional to the level of modernization in the respective industry. In other words, unskilled and newly recruited labor tended towards the PSR, while qualified, skilled, and settled workers favored social democracy. Although this thesis seems plausible, one must keep two considerations in mind. First, this socio-economic model has explanatory power only for the industrial centers. Nor should one make the mistake of believing that the PSR agitation among the real proletariat was somehow ineffectual, for it won its great majority of impressive membership numbers in the cities. By contrast, the party's attempt to establish roots in the peasantry was almost a total failure. Table 4 on page 278 shows that, even among the simple party members at the grassroots, 5.6% were peasants. 19. One can draw the following conclusion: the party that understood itself to be the fighter for land and freedom was an organization limited to the cities. At best, the agrarian population sympathized with the PSR but did not actively participate in party work. The PSR failed to realize the populist dream of overcoming the chasm between city and countryside, between the conscious intelligentsia and dark peasant mass. The dilemma of the socialist revolutionary organization. Whatever explanations or conditions that one wishes to note, whether one recalls the generally unplanned character of the 1905 revolution or highlights the repression of the Russian state, there can be no doubt about the PSR's organizational deficiencies. Indeed, the PSR hardly met the requirements that Chernov himself set for every revolutionary party. 1. Instead of leading the masses, as he demanded, the PSR simply followed the revolutionary flow of the 1905 revolution. Later, as the party tried to assume leadership of the revolutionary movement, it could no longer mobilize the numbers of supporters necessary to realize its extensive objectives. Instead of demonstrating theoretical and tactical homogeneity, the party suffered a split between the left and right wings. The middle that remained could adhere to a common course only with great effort. The party's attempt to adapt to local conditions all too often acquired the character of dysfunctional self-interest and egoistic local patriotism. The SRS were certainly aware of these deficiencies. It was no secret in the party that organization was the neuralgic point of party life and the weakest link in the neo-populist phalanx against autocracy. Even so ardent a foe of the opposition as Argunov concluded in his Central Committee report on party structure at the London Conference in 1908 that organized influence upon the mass of the party was very weak and their fusion to a unified whole did not take place. Chernov seconded Argunov and commented, "We can only make propaganda, not conduct organized work." 2. The most important reasons include the following. 1. the PSR brought together groups with very different theoretical and tactical concepts. Thus the party was a collection of those political currents that considered themselves to be neo-populist. Combined with the size of the country and Okarana attacks, such heterogeneity made the construction of a party organization very difficult. 2. The integrative, synthetic character of SR theory favored a diffuse organization. What the PSR regarded as its strength, in the end, proved a serious weakness. The attempt at combining social classes and strata with very different interests, i.e., peasantry, proletariat, and parts of the intelligentsia, contained the risk of a superficial attachment to the PSR. 3. The spontaneity of SR tactics made the party largely indifferent to the need for good organization. Instead, the party worked mainly to awaken the masses and spur them to a general armed people's revolt. 4. The PSR failed to separate itself completely from maximalism. The ensuing defection involved a few local groups of lesser significance. It often happened that maximalists controlled the local committees and that the workers' unions frequently proclaimed maximalist slogans. The left populist heresy enjoyed a favorable reception at the party's grassroots. Maximalism weakened party discipline and posed a constant danger to the organizational unity of the party. Despite intensive efforts, especially by Chernov, to make distinctions, SR theory and praxis had distinct elements in common with anarchism and maximalism, a decentralist view and skepticism toward the state. 5. After the proclamation of the October Manifesto, the PSR began taking careful steps to reform its traditional structure, which had been strictly conspiratorial and six-idist, and to introduce democratic principles such as the electoral principle and openness. Although a resumption of autocratic repression soon put an end to these modestly successful reforms, the attempt at opening up the party caused insecurity and provoked severe internal conflict in many committees. The party entered an unstable transition period. 6. From the very beginning of the party's history, there had been a noticeable divide between the center and periphery. Gaps in communications and information separated the Central Committee from the Oblast committees, the Oblast Committees from the local committees, and finally the Komitechiki from their urban and especially agrarian bases. In addition to the relative neglect of organization, three aspects of SR theory AHD praxis can help explain the chasm between the party's center and periphery. 1. Politically, the compulsion to engage in illegal, conspiratorial activity prevented a regular exchange between the party leadership and local groups. 2. Geographically, the problems presented by the isolation of many cities and villages and the thin population density should not be underestimated, and 3. Socio-economically, the marked divisions separating city and countryside, the dualism between the modem industrialized and the pre-industrial regions that were distant from markets created significant problems. J. 7. As a rule, the PSR's local groups simply could not exist without the financial and personnel support of the regional or central party leaderships. The local groups were so weak that they could not even fulfill their duty, as mandated by party statute, to support the party apparatus. If the attempts to democratize the party organization failed, it was not only the persecution by state that was responsible for the subsequent hardening of authoritarian oligarchic structures. Rather, this resulted above all from the lack of initiative and independence at the PSR's grassroots. J. Constitutional. AR income by 8. As with all parties in Russia, the PSR was dependent upon the middle class and educated classes, society, for financial support and personal services. Before the revolution and in its first year, the PSR received both kinds of support in substantial amounts. After 1905, however, the party adhered to its radical programmatic and tactical positions, rejected the autocracy's constitutional concessions, continued its tactic of terror, and even used robbery, expropriations, as a means of revolutionary politics and all that impelled its benefactors in the liberal intelligentsia to stop their support. Henceforth they saw the cadet policy calling for a bourgeois state as closest to their own interests. 9.
the PSR leadership failed in their attempt to secure a regular requiring membership dues. Donations and expropriations remain the most important sources of money. The irregularity of the latter, however, prevented long-term planning of local activities and damaged organizational work. 1.0, the PSR, founded later than the RSDRP, did not find a political no man's land but, from the very outset, had to contend with a social democratic competitor that, especially in the cities, had become consolidated and deeply rooted. Aside from its areas of core support, northern Ukraine, the Middle Volga, and industrial centers like St. Petersburg, Ekaterinoslav, and Baku, the party had only modest success. In general, the SRS could not break the SD's dominance in the working class, even while making the cities their focus of agitation. J. 11. The PSR, like the RSDRP, exhibited a profound tension between the intelligentsia, located mainly in the local leadership collective, and fell mass of party members. In numerous local organizations, it was particularly workers and youth who demanded more participation in party life. They represented a strong tendency to democratization. 3. And all this led to serious conflicts. 12. Of all their failures and deficiencies, the SRS judged the most serious to be the party's failure to establish long-term organizations in the village. Local party leaders complained constantly that the peasant brotherhoods and the Velost Commit-Ts, as far as THIRD could be founded at all, were ephemeral phenomena. They were short-lived creations of traveling agents sent from neighboring urban committees. The complaints the SRS in Simbersk offer a good example of the situation faced by the local leadership. Neither the peasants nor the agitators could find an appropriate activity for the members of the Brotherhood. The agitators left, and the Brotherhoods gradually disintegrated. When the agitators returned, there was almost no trace of the Brotherhoods, and the entire enterprise had to be started again almost from the very beginning. 4.5. In his first paragraph pamphlet, Chernov tried to demonstrate that revolutionary agitation in the countryside was possible and that one must reject categorically the view that peasants are incapable of any kind of organization. Is the experience of the PSR in the L*K5 revolution forced him to correct that optimism. Poorly developed communication networks, an insufficient level of social organization, a high degree of horizontal segmentation, and other factors characteristic of a traditional agrarian society. All that served to limit the capability of peasants to become politically articulate and to organize itself. With good reason one can reasonably argue that the SRS failed to reach their most important goals not only because of their own mistakes, but also because of the objective conditions that made the realization of these goals extremely difficult. It is by no means contradictory to the above conclusions to note the undeniable fact that the PSR nevertheless was able to win significant support, especially in the cities, and to become a serious competitor to social democracy. Indeed, insufficient unjety and the ability to mobilize supporters were two sides of the same coin. On the one hand, the flood of new members prevented the tightening of organization, but on the other hand, it stimulated the party's openness. To an extreme degree, the PSR was dependent upon waves of revolutionary spontaneity. 6 So great as the flood of proselytes in 1905 that their flight in 1907 was all the more destructive. By pointing to this characteristic of the neo-populist competition, Lenin's political, mean-spirited words were on Mark, socialist revolutionary speakers at workers' assemblies are a kind of stormy petrol showing that the morale of the proletariat is rising. 7. The agony of the Socialist Revolutionary Organization, 1907 to 1914. By the beginning of 1907, at the latest, the PSR's local organizations sensed that the revolution had passed its apogee. The interest of the masses in the revolutionary cause degenerated into a dull apathy. The intelligentsia also limited its engagement and retreated into an ivory tower. Almost everywhere, committees had to limit their activities significantly. At the same time, the Okhrana, which since the days of freedom had become a much more vigilant opponent,
increased its pressure on the party. In the first half of 1907, the Okhrana raided a PSR Oblast conference in Moscow and a large city meeting in St. Petersburg. Arrests by the Tsarist secret police also decimated SR groups in Kharkov, Nizhny Novgorod, and Kursk. This development reached a new stage with the coup d'etat on June 3, 1907. A wave of arrests throughout the entire country followed the coup and spared no important PSR committee. Indeed, party centers were a frequent target of repression, and all these attacks decimated the party's organizational network. Breshkovskaya's arrest in the fall of 1907 symbolized, for the Russian public, the gravity of the PSR's plight. At the first General Conference in August 1908, the party as a whole became fully aware not only of the Okhrana's thoroughness but also how severely the end of the revolution had affected the PSR. Without exception, delegates confirmed the desolate condition of the party apparatus, reporting the ubiquitous collapse and the virtual end of party work. There could be no more doubt that the party was experiencing a grave crisis. In his Central Committee report, Chernov confirmed that the party's organization had melted away and dissipated too. The depths of this process of decay, however, had still not been reached. When SR leader claimed to see the light at the end of the tunnel, then it was only because he could not foresee the consequences of an event that a few months later would shatter any last hope. The revelation that Azef, the senior terrorist and party hero, was the greatest agent provocateur in the history of the Russian secret police. 4 This disaster shook the PSR to its foundations. Rumors of the self-dissolution of the party speak for themselves. 5 The crisis turned into an all-out catastrophe. Although the majority of SR local organizations held the opinion that Azef's monstrous deed did not in fact endanger the existence of the party or compromise the terrorist tactics. This artificial optimism certainly had no basis in reality. No one could deny that the neo-populist cause had suffered a serious and crippling moral defeat. A report on current conditions prepared for the Fifth Party Council in May 1909 to assess the impact of the Azefshchina noted that a panic had erupted in northern Russia, and that even old comrades lost faith in the party. The revelation of Azef's treason caused such horror in St. Petersburg that the delegate from the capital compared it with the reaction of a loving mother to the news of her daughter's death. Above all, however, this deeply sad event had seriously damaged the public image of the party. The interest of the public was so great that pedestrians on the street would exchange the newest revelations. 7 In the Volga region and in South Russia, doubts rose about the expediency and purpose of political terror, although in principle it was still an approved method of revolutionary politics. In Ukraine, every organization had reportedly been traumatized by Azef's treason. The Kiev organization was fully demoralized. Finally, the SR exile intellectuals in the foreign organization even believed that this scandal might be the coup de grace for the PSR. The scandal was seen, correctly as it turned out, to be linked to the general crisis of the revolution. In 1908, the North Oblast reported that the work in the Pro-AICE was in a terrible state and any hope for improvement was illusory. It drew a sharp distinction between two categories of committees, those with a large number of exiles and those essentially comprised of secondary school pupils. In committees of the former type, work proceeded relatively normally, whereas it had been completely paralyzed in the latter category. The Oblast Committee noted the situation with astonishment. How remarkable it is that precisely in those areas with the most people from the intelligentsia that the work is the most poorly organized. 5 Socialist revolutionary agitation in North Russia was expected to remain for a long time as nothing more than pure paperwork, and to be limited to making contacts and supplying the periphery with literature. Resources were scarce even for this limited scale of work. An Oblast conference in July 1908 even failed to elect an Oblast committee when local groups refused to make available their few qualified revolutionaries. 3 Only in Arkhangelsk does THIRD appear to have been a solid and active committee. In 1909, for example, the local committee there was able to publish its own paper. In general, moreover, the North Oblast did maintain agitation among the railway workers at a respectable level. 4.
The PSR's organizations in the Central Industrial Region also regained without leadership for a long time. An oblast committee elected toward the end of 1907 fell victim to the Okhrana, and the substitute oblastniki were so uninformed that they were hardly able to any kind of useful work at all. The party did not renew its central regional authority until 1908, but that failed to bring any noticeable increase in agitation. Larger groups existed only in Orel, Ivanovo-Voznesensk, Ryazan, for a short period, and especially in Nizhny Novgorod, where by the beginning of 1909, alone Sormovo had registered 400 paying members. 5J. The SRS in Ukraine, notorious for their organizational incompetence during the revolution, proved once again during the more difficult Stolypin era that they were still less able to fulfill the tasks assigned by the party leadership. By the middle of 1908, the PSR's presence in this important region had receded so much that the party could only maintain larger committees in Kiev, Kursk, and Chernigov. The state of peasant agitation was especially poor, for it was the peasants who suffered most from the lack of intelligentsia. The province of Voronezh proved to be an exception. SRS there even made plans for a revolt. As a rule, however, the party in Ukraine did not have used groups, much less a base of support in the village. The degree to which the party's activities had been reduced can be seen by the fact that a total of 10 persons directed the 4 large organizations. Nor could the Oblast Committee compensate FPR the lack of qualified personnel. The Oblast Committee's situation, already difficult, was exacerbated by differences among the committee members. In fact, these internal differences were so severe that one could not even speak of a leadership in ideas. 13 The following year brought only limited improvement, as the PSR conducted agitation in just 4 of 8 provinces. The reports of those groups that still existed in Kharkov, Kiev, Voronezh, and Poltava summarized the situation in these terms: extremely weak organization, extraordinarily limited numbers of party workers, and a complete lack of professional revolutionaries. 14 Even flyers were rarely produced. The party ran the risk of disappearing altogether from public view. J.T. In South Russia, the 2 large SR committees in Odessa and Nikolov collapsed as early as 1S08, indeed, so completely that, according to the delegate to the 5th Party Council, not a single party member could be found. The links between the organizations and the individual provinces were severed. Only in Simferopol and Sevastopol did a meager level of agitation remain from the once intense levels of the past. The local committee was forced to limit its attention to the railway workers, for the rest of the working class showed absolutely no interest in the PSR. Although the peasants appeared to manifest much more discontent, at least in 1909, the PSR was in no position to conduct agitation in the village for lack of means and people. 6. In 1908, the condition of the PSR on Middle Volga appeared to be somewhat more favorable. Although arrests had severely damaged the party, the committees in Saratov, Samara, Simbirsk, and Penza being especially hard hit at the end of 1907, they did not paralyze SR activity here as severely as in most other regions. Intensive agitation continued, especially in Tambov and Penza. The SRS in Tsaritsyn, as Trakhan, and, notwithstanding all the attacks by the Okhrana, Saratov were able to continue operating. Around the middle of 1908, Astrakhan had 11 groups with about 325 active members. The local committee in Tambov was even able to expand peasant agitation and to organize 31 brotherhoods with about 250 to 300 members. 8 After the April 1908 arrest of the Oblast Committee, however, this region lacked central leadership. At the initiative of the Central Committee's plenipotentiary, SRS here convened an Oblast conference in July 1908, but it managed to appoint only a single Oblastnik. Due to the lack of personnel, the Oblast Conference had to find a temporary solution by giving 2 members of the Saratov Committee non-voting, advisory seats in the regional party center. The following year the SR organizations in the Volga region lost their ability to function. L.M. Armand reported to the Fifth Party Council that SRS were able to sustain a certain level of activity only in the province of Saratov. 9. In the Urals, local groups maintained lively activity after June 3, 1907. Unfortunately for the Central Committee, however, this activity took a rather disagreeable form. As the revolutionary cause lost momentum, the proclivity toward agrarian terror and expropriation, which had earlier given the party leadership cause for grief, gained momentum. Individual operations by the fighting brotherhoods were to replace the mass action that the party could no longer organize. When local activists tried to unify all terror commandos, including the SD commandos, into a Urals fighting union, spring 1907, the Central Committee decided to send emissaries to the region. They found, as expected, that the fighting union was in a sorry state. In place of the unified terror commando, the Central Committee representatives tried to renew the SR organization, the first step being the convocation of an oblast council. 6 groups, a respectable number, came to this council and elected a new oblast committee. Subsequently, the SRS in Vyatka, Perm, Ufa and Zlatist were able to maintain an impressive level of propaganda activity. 10 Despite frequent attacks by the Okhrana, the report to the Fifth Party Council in 1909 correctly judged work in the URJLS to be somewhat better than in many other places. 11. In the Caucasus, the PSR suffered only a few defeats. Until World War I, not only the SRS but also the police regarded precisely this region as the vanguard of neo-populism. In all of Russia, the Baku Committee offered an outstanding example of SR activism. As late as 1908, the local committee counted 1,500 registered members and a circle of sympathizers estimated at 8,000. It based this success on the Ewing politicization of the working class. Although the PSR was not the dominant force in workers' organizations, especially in the trade unions representing the oil industry and metal workers, it did play a significant role. This mass support enabled the election of the Baku Committee according to democratic principles after 1907. Avksentiev, who traveled to the Caucasus at the behest of the Central Committee, was so impressed that he singled this area out for special praise at the PSR's London conference. He reported to the delegates that I was recently in Baku and one felt myself set back 2 years. What I saw was so dissimilar to the working conditions in other areas in Russia that it seemed that the time of mass movement and freedom still existed in Baku. 12. This flowering of the party continued until 1909. Membership did in fact shrink to about 470, and the lack of leaders and propagandists was a problem. But the PSR's organization in the Caucasian metropolis suffered less from these deficiencies than other party organizations, because the workers themselves took charge of party work. 13. Only in the following years did the state security forces succeed in bringing neo-populist activities in the Caucasus and Baku under control. Despite their successes, a police report in 1913 still described the Baku Committee as the PSR's only large organization. 14. Only the SRS of St. Petersburg were able, at times, to reach the levels of activity achieved by their comrades in Baku. Despite constant arrests and collapse, lack of personnel, and scarce financial resources, the PSR in the capital city was able to maintain some continuity with the high points achieved during the 1905 revolution. Repression did indeed ravage local leadership, and internal conflicts did break out when Rayon committees refused to heed a committee appointed by the Central Committee. 15. However, this conflict only proved the liveliness of the grassroots in the St. Petersburg organization. As late as 1908 to 1909, the St. Petersburg Committee counted about 1,200 members and numerous active rayon and factory committees. 16. The collective of propagandists that had to assume the tasks of an incompetent local leadership was especially effective. This collective also made sure that the PSR maintained its influence on the unions and that 5 members of the Union's Central Bureau were PSR members. 17. Unfortunately,
the party's relatively good organization in the capital city could not maintain its strength for long. The lack of qualified party workers became quite severe after the Azef shock. By the middle of 1909, the organization relied almost exclusively upon students, and its propaganda had been crippled. Many workers stayed away from the educational circle because, as one worker put it, the intellectual level was too low and the propaganda methods in the circles completely outdated. Factory and rayon committees dissolved themselves. The sailors of the neighboring port cities became completely indifferent to the appeals and propaganda of the party. Only the contacts to shop employees and railroad workers' unions remained. According to the report of the St. Petersburg delegate to the Fifth Party Council, one of all these groups, not one, was capable of performing any real work. 27/J. At the beginning of 1912, Arganov completed an assessment of the condition of the SR organization in Russia. The last such report before the outbreak of World War I, it showed that the party had bases only in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Odessa, Kharkov, Kiev, Poltava, Arkhangelsk, Voronezh, Mogilev, as well in a few smaller cities in the provinces of Volhynia, Orel, Vladimir, St. Petersburg, Podolaya, Kuban, Kherson, the Baltics, and Siberia, Omsk, Irkutsk, and Topsk. However, these groups did not correspond to the old type of consolidated organization headed by a committee or some other group, but rather normally had the form of a loose circle with propagandistic objectives. In addition, in many places Jth groups operated in complete isolation from each other. Judging by the size of the organization and the level of its activity, the PSR sank to the level when it was founded. 28. This regression in the party's development accompanied the increased importance of the party's foreign organization. This had been dissolved in 1905, but was reconstituted in 1907. Once again, the leading SR politicians and a large number of intellectuals only loosely tied to the PSR had to Tsarist Russia. Now all important party matters had to be decided outside of Russia, and all the internal party conflicts sparked by the practical politics of the revolutionary years took on a more theoretical character. After 1907, the foreign organization replaced the inner Russian party apparatus in a much more pronounced way than it had in the years before 1905.29. Although the PSR was undoubtedly suffering from rapid decay, it could not come to a consensus on the causes. At the London conference, Chernov pointed to the emigration of the intelligentsia as the most important factor. He therefore condemned the wave of emigration, which had reached such proportions that the crucial intermediate levels in the party could no longer function. 18. As spokesman for the Central Committee, Avksentev presented a similar argument to the participants of the Fifth Party Council and noted that the strata of cement between those above and those below had been especially weakened. 19. 3 years later, Arganov found that the SR group suffered primarily from the almost complete absence of our developed intelligentsia in the underground. 20. Moreover, his analysis reveals an even more dangerous weakness, viz., that the revolutionary youth, which had always had great sympathy for neo-populist ideas, was now turning its back on the PSR. Based on this observation, Arganov concluded that illegal and conspiratorial work no longer appeared to have any sense or purpose. The intelligentsia had withdrawn from practical, revolutionary work soon after the revolution because of resignation and fear of repression. That motive had given way to another. It became increasingly clear that the party must find new ways and forms of political activity. The organizational crisis had become a crisis of political rigidity. This political crisis crippled the PSR during the post-revolutionary, Restoration, period and led to the formation of factions. That faction building was subsequently to have grave consequences for the PSR. The crisis of the PSR, differences of opinion over the lessons of the revolution and the formation of factions. Careful observers of the political scene in Russia were aware that the dissolution of the Second Duma on June 3, 1907 marked the beginning of a new era. Nothing proved the triumph of the autocracy more dramatically than the failure of the revolutionary parties to resist this new arbitrary act of the Tsar. Sporadic protest of workers or sailors appeared in only a few places, such as St. Petersburg and port cities on the Black Sea. 1 At first, the PSR refused to accept this new state of affairs. The party charged ahead with a blind militancy. It summoned peasants to begin a partisan war, encouraged local terror commandos to increase their attacks, and even urged soldiers to stage isolated mutinies. 2 Chernov summarized this strategy thus: the central and local terror and the movement in the army should drive the Gov. Eminent to its knees. 3 But these militant slogans were only a short-term answer to the shift in the balance of forces. In July 1907, the Third Party Council had to admit that the era of the organization of counter-revolutionary forces had begun. 4 1 year later, the London General Conference made this unhappy conclusion: under the protection of a restored repressive rule, reactionary social forces have gathered around the government. Before the revolutionary events, these social forces were dispersed and did not feel the need to become active in the arena of political struggle. 5. This conclusion forced the PSR to reconsider its policies and politics. The task of preventing the decay of its organization developed into a new orientation on party tactics and program. This new orientation could not succeed without an evaluation and interpretation of the events of the recent past. If the revolution was the test of socialist revolutionary theory and practice, it was time to take stock of that experience. 12.1. The immobility of the party center. In a programmatic article written toward the end of 1907, Chernov showed the way to adapt neo-populist politics to the new conditions created by the Tsar's coup d'6 of June 3, 1907. 6 The discussions of the party's first General Conference in August 1908 anticipated Chernov's recommendations. The General Conference had the express task of addressing the crisis in the party and redefining the party's place in Russian political life. In fact, Chernov's recommendations and the decisions of the General Conference demonstrated more common sense and realism than the Third Party Council. In view of the endless reports of disaster coming from Russia, the SR leadership now argued for a more moderate course. Instead of preaching a misunderstood radicalism, the leadership told the party to plan for the long-term work of reconstruction, insofar as this was at all possible. The first task, as formulated by Chernov, was to solidify the organization, to close its ranks, and thereby deepen the work among the masses in the sense of a greater and more systematic development of their socialist consciousness. Not only does this task require a greater number of trained propagandists, but also it makes fruitful a new field of work, namely in those organizations aided by the revolution, such as trade unions, clubs, cooperatives, APD educational institutions. He expressly admonished delegates not to fall victim to the arrogance of a narrow-minded ideology of struggle at any price and thereby derogate work in peaceful institutions as non-revolutionary and cultural squabbling. 7. Another clear expression of the tactical reorientation was the repudiation of attempts at partial insurrection. The PSR had learned the lessons of the disastrous revolts in Sevastopol and in Voronezh province, and it now returned to the earlier strategy. Because the revolutionary mood of the entire country had fallen to a historic low point, Chernov yarned the party that henceforth it should regard such adventures with extreme reserve and skepticism. 8 Avksentev even recommended to the conference that it refrain from the usual call for the preparation for mass revolt, a proclamation previously included in every relevant party resolution. This suggestion exceeded the willingness of delegates for concessions and was rejected. 9-10 But the Central Committee draft resolutions sharpening the prohibition on agrarian and factory terror were passed without any significant resistance. All previous directives had given the party grassroots a loophole to practice the rejected policy of economic terror by recognizing the right to self-defense against particularly evil landowners and factory owners. The new policy tried to close this loophole. In view of the great difficulty of determining in which cases the exceptions were appropriate and in view of the danger of interpreting the exceptions too loosely, the conference argued for extreme reservation. The Fourth Party Council, which was meeting parallel to the General Conference, was given the additional task of preparing organizational guarantees against misuse of the emergency clause. 18. Without question, with these measures the PSR made, for the first time, serious efforts to eliminate the tendency of local organizations to reduce revolutionary activity to nothing more than terror and fighting on the barricades. After the coup d'état of June 3, at the very latest, this tendency had become a dangerous anachronism. Nevertheless, the London Conference did not dare to throw overboard received attitudes and modes of acting. Thus it reiterated the old prohibitions, annulled the mistaken decisions of the Third Party Council, and tried again to bring local terror under control. But by no means did it reject the tactic of struggle itself. In fact, the party leadership and delegates even found it necessary to demand again the intensification of political terror. Although Chernov maintained his polemics against mindless fighting, he insisted that the old positions were valid. He emphasized that the party had not lost its belief in armed revolt and was not prepared to reduce this slogan to an empty phrase. Consequently, he contradicted Avksentev's opinion that life itself had corrected the directives of the Third Party Council. Once again, Chernov took his customary compromise position. He pointed out to his Central Committee comrades that a dogmatic, categorical rejection of militant action would be a great tactical and fundamental mistake. I favor preparing for the struggle, but 1am not for struggle at any price. I advocate a synthesis, which is the soul of our party. 11. The London Conference even radicalized an essential portion of the old strategy. For the first time, it placed murder of the Tsar on the agenda. At the founding of the fighting organization in 1902, the party had expressly forbidden an attack on the head of Strajate, for fear that the mass of the population would neither understand nor approve such an act. 12 So long as the autocrat enjoyed an almost religious adoration, at least among the peasants, and the myth of Tsar Batyushka worked to maintain the system, the bullet that killed Nicholas II would also have decimated the ranks of the revolutionary party that fired it. The SRS now believed that the revolution obviated the need for such caution, if only because a survey in 1907 revealed that the monarch's prestige had sunk to a new low even among the peasants. 13 Thus, after 1906 the Central Committee lifted the taboo on assassinating the Tsar and henceforth discussed the matter as a technical rather than political problem. 14 Nevertheless, the Central Committee did not dare to announce this decision publicly. Indeed, it even distanced itself in a rather shabby manner from preparations for assassination discovered by the Okhrana as the Second Duma was in session. Stolypin played this revelation for all it was worth and made it into a great political scandal. Only after 3 June 1907 did the party press openly advocate an attack on the center of the centers. 15 As Chernov explained to the delegates in London, only this type of attack could introduce a new phase in the Russian Revolution. Still, the PSR's chief strategist at first urged caution. To Chernov, the fighting organization did not appear to be competent to accomplish such a task. He also feared that the PSR could not withstand the ensuing reprisals by the state even if the party did succeed in assassinating the Tsar. 16 Although such considerations were all too justified, the militants came the moderates. Just as in 1881, as Narodnaya Volia had killed Alexander JLL, the populists imagined the murder of the Tsar to be the ultima ratio to accelerate a stagnating revolutionary movement. A delegate from South Russia pointedly stated that the matter had been decided, one does not talk about such things, one does them. 17. The SR leadership and the majority of participants at the London Conference more or less held to the traditional, uncompromising tactics of struggle. Nevertheless, they did show greater openness for change and reform in the question of the party structure. Chernov summarized the situation that was the basis of this strategy: the party is not experiencing a political crisis. But there can be no doubt about the organizational crisis. 18 The Central Committee gave Argunov the task of explaining how the party was to overcome the organizational crisis. Looking back,
He noted that in 1905 the party was optimistic enough to argue for non-conspiratorial principles and despite great skepticism had adopted a purely democratic Statute 19, but after 2 years the party had to admit that it had fallen victim to an illusion and that the attempt at democracy has failed. Only 20% of all committees were elected, with the other 80% being co-opted. The party had to take account of this reality and to recognize that the epoch of vicious governmental reaction corresponded to the epoch of a conspiratorial, strictly centralized organization of revolutionaries. However, Arganov did not recommend a complete rejection of democratic procedures. Because the PSR still considered itself a mass party, the organizations at the grassroots had to maintain their open character. Still, it was clear, to Arganov at least, that the electoral principle was a direct and immediate danger for the committees at the provincial and oblast level. To have a policy meeting the different needs of each level of the party organization, it was best to authorize the party leadership to decide which principle was appropriate at each level and possibly to suspend the electoral principle in favor of co-optation. 20. Even this proposal for moderate reform met with animated resistance. The delegate from Baku was especially vigorous in his defense of the status quo. He argued that appointing the committees from above must lead to conflicts, since the Central Committee would ordinarily act without consulting the groups involved and would appoint komitechiki who knew nothing about the area where they were to work. This delegate was expressing the fears of the Baku Committee about the future of their strong organization, and their fears were grounded in experience. The policy suggested by Arganov already obtained in St. Petersburg and had led to the eradication of two rival powers, one democratic and one existing at the pleasure of the party leadership. Other speakers pointed out that the exclusive use of co-optation would hardly prevent police spies from penetrating the party organization. The roots of increasing treason lay much deeper, namely in the general moral decay of the party. 21. Chernov and Fokhojisky mediated between centralists and Democrats by trying to prove that there was no alternative. These attempts at mediation tended to blur the fronts rather than resolve the differences between the parties. Fokhojisky thought that the Central Committee's recommendations would neither limit nor destroy the electoral principle. 22. Fokhojisky was certainly wrong. When Chernov called the excitement a storm in a teacup since there was no threat to real democracy in the party. 23. He overlooked the fact that the measures proposed by Arganov directly contravened the spirit of the 1908 statute, even if not literally violating the combination of democratic and conspiratorial principles. The opposition, however, did not waver and succeeded in pushing through a final resolution on the organization question that gave the party leadership significantly more modest rights than those adumbrated in the draft of the Central Committee. While confirming permission for the Central Committee to dissolve committees, it ruled that committees appointed from above could operate only until the party was able to organize regular elections. And it completely rejected the recommendation to give the party leadership unlimited authority to dispense fully with the electoral principle. 24. In general, the discussions on tactics at the London conference reveal two contradictory tendencies. The participants were quite aware that the political scene had changed fundamentally and that the party as an organization hardly existed. They recognized the need to rely more on the legal institutions of the workers' and peasant movement if the party wanted to gain ground. Thus the conference greeted these accomplishments of the revolution. It declared its principal readiness to support the activity of the unions as well as producer and consumer cooperatives so long as they were autonomous and had a working class character. 25. Similarly, in the countryside the conference proposed to emphasize those forms of action, such as agrarian strikes, that tend to organize and unify the peasants. 26. At the same time, the London delegates clung fast to the received militant tactic of revolt. They greeted with great applause Chernov's declaration on the continuity in party politics. In his opinion, only the Social Democrats needed to make fundamental adjustments in their politics. At the end of 1905, the Social Democrats, because of their blind optimism, overestimated the forces of the revolution and called for a general strike that was hopeless from the very beginning. Still, the PSR demonstrated a healthy pessimism. SRS recognized that the initial successes of the revolution were won merely on credit and due not so much to their own strength as the confusion of state power. Hence there was no chance for a real victory of the revolution. In Chernov's words, as far as our party is concerned, we see no reason to make fundamental changes in our tactics. All that we must do is to adapt our tactics to the current moment and to the state of our resources. 27. It may have been justifiable to point to the wait-and-see attitude of the SR leadership during the stormy fall days of 1905. Nevertheless, in view of the many unsuccessful revolts, the tactical mistake in the Duma question, and the failure of the agitation among the Opierkers, the party leaders showed an astonishing, even dangerous, lack of self-criticism in the lessons they drew from the revolutionary experience. Chernov also aited in judging the moderate appeal of the London Conference as a sufficient adaptation to the new situation. In its prescription for deepening propagandists and organizational activity and simultaneously strengthening terrorist activity, the party essentially left the situation unchanged. 28 The Central Committee still did not believe that it needed to make a thorough revision of party policies and tactics. Despite the many warnings of Russian delegates, the party held fast to an unjustified optimism. Chernov concluded the report of the party leadership with these words: "We are experiencing a crisis, a period of disorganization and decay that has crippled us for some time. But we have recovered from the paralysis and look to the future with hope." 29 It was surely unsatisfactory to try to explain such inertia as mere blindness to reality or artificial optimism. Upon closer inspection, this defect mirrored a basic tactical dilemma of the PSR. For a party almost exclusively dedicated to initiating an immediate general armed revolt, the PSR had no concept of how to act in non-revolutionary times. The party's discussions on tactics tended to mark time, because real adaptation to the changed political and social situation would have entailed a serious threat to the party's identity and received forms of populist action. 12.2. New opposition, neo-maximalists and liquidators. As early as the end of 1907, a new party faction emerged to oppose the tactical and theoretical conservatism of the leadership. Assembled around Ludlovsky and Agafonov in Paris, this new opposition was able to begin publishing its own paper in April 1908, Revolutionная Mysl. The programmatic articles written by Ludlovsky left no doubt that this faction considered itself successor to the practically vanished Maximalists. 30 Their critique contained two well-known but hardly irrelevant complaints about the PSR's leadership. First, they accused the Central Committee of blindness and playing down the dimension of the misery afflicting the party. They also openly and directly admitted the defeat of the revolution. 31 Ludlovsky found the main cause of this defeat in the excessive belief of all parties in the necessity of a mass rising of the people. 32 He analyzed the PSR's history and concluded that in 1901 the party had primarily accepted mass revolutionary and social democratic opinions, but not the only correct opinions, namely, those of Narodnaya Volia. It was necessary to recover that heritage, i.e., the theory and practice of the active participation of the minority taking its fate into its own hands had to be more strongly developed. 33 Second, Revolutionная Mysl strongly attacked the centralist tendencies of the PSR. Following the stereotype of left populist and anarchist arguments, the paper suggested stripping the party leadership of its authority. F6 are a significant decentralization of the decision-making process. 34 It also wanted to apply decentralization to acts of terror, for the new SR left, just like the old leftists, saw local tenor as the best instrument for achieving victory in the revolution. Neither the lack of success in previous attempts at revolt nor the current lack of the revolutionary masses that could have supported a new terror campaign was to deter the new left. Ludlovsky and his colleagues fell victim to the same blind, suicidal Blanquism as the Maximalists. Given the general apathy of the population in 1908, to demand further radicalization of the old,
already militant tactic was like driving the devil out with Beelzebub rather than making a rational contribution to solving the party's crisis. The conflict with the party leadership took on an uncompromising character, and the organizational consequences of this conflict were not long in coming. After supporters of Revolutionaire founded the Paris group of the Socialist Revolutionaries in 1908, those faithful to the Central Committee responded by establishing their own Paris assistance group of the PSR. The final break came in June of 1909 when the Revolutionaire group left the Third Conference of the Foreign Organization and therefore left the party. 35 Although the new opposition initially appeared to have support in the neo-populist emigrant colony, this new secession did not lead to a serious loss of members for the PSR 36 like that suffered after the departure, because Iudalevsky and his friends had no substantial base of support. Nevertheless, one should not forget that the new left lived on as a serious, half-latent current in the SR Camp 37 and that its criticism of centralism was well received by many in the party. The Azef affair in early 1909 gave a new dimension to the inter-party conflict over the lessons of the revolution. Long-simmering dissatisfaction combined with fresh anger at the possibility of such monstrous treason to produce a demand for open discussion of the causes of current difficulties. In addition to tactical and organizational problems, the party now began to suffer a serious morale crisis. The comrades at the grassroots lost faith in a leadership that permitted Azef to become a close associate of Gershoni, the head of the Central Terror Command, and to rise to one of the most important organizers of party activities in Russia. Even worse, this same negligent leadership ignored for years the justified suspicions about Azef's true loyalty and successfully hindered all attempts to ascertain the truth. This naive trust of the Central Committee in someone already suspected of being a police agent made the scandal even worse. Indeed, the blindness of the Central Committee turned a scandal into a disaster. Thus it became clear that Azef's success as a double agent was not merely due to a lack of control and that the party must look deeper. Increasingly, socialist revolutionaries came to believe that the tactics of terror and conspiracy had to be questioned and that some connection existed between Azefshchina and the general crisis of the Revolution 38 once again, but this time with greater force. The party became aware of the need for a radical revision in the PSR's political strategy. At the pinnacle of the Azef affair in early 1909, another opposition faction emerged on the party's right wing. The time for founding a new faction was favorable, since the compromised Central Committee could not take any effective countermeasures and the exiled intellectuals were in disarray. The critics on the right soon found a forum for their views by transforming the previously colorless, mimeographed Izvestia Oblastnago Zagranicnago Komiteta, News of the Oblast Foreign Committee, from a mere information medium of the foreign socialist revolutionaries into an organ of serious discussion. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39 This development demonstrated that the new current in the party had strong support, especially among the exiled socialist revolutionaries, and that a new gulf had now opened between them and the Central Committee. The right opposition made its debut with an article by Armand. Appearing in March 1909 in the organ of the Foreign Organization, it immediately provoked a strong reaction from the party center. The author of this provocative article dared to question a taboo in SR politics by challenging the renewal of the now destroyed conspiratorial model of the PSR's pre-revolutionary organization. It argued that the revolution had changed the entire society, that the party simply could not continue as if the Tsarist reaction did not exist. The complete passivity of the working class and peasantry along with the flight of the intelligentsia from the ranks of revolutionary parties, meant that the necessary conditions for illegal activity no longer existed. And the mass of the population increasingly demanded that it be allowed to handle its own affairs. Independence and collectivism were the norms toward which revolutionary agitation should be oriented. Only when the masses in daily struggle learn to fight for their interests and strengthen their belief in their own power as a consequence of a solid, good organization will it be easy for them to move to widespread revolutionary activity. 40 Communicating these characteristics could only be done by means of the economic struggle. One first must use the legal possibilities and work in the trade unions, consumer cooperatives, artisan artili, and similar collective institutions. Point 41. Although Armand wanted her article to suggest merely a temporary suspension of conspiratorial activity, Rakitnikov correctly saw it to be a new orientation of principles. He thus had good reason to pay close attention to this first swallow of a liquidationist current in SR politics. 42 and to present the crisis strategy of the party leadership. His basic thesis was that it was not the masses who left the party, but the party that left the masses. Therefore the party could continue to count on the grassroots. The correct policy for ameliorating the organizational misery was to renew contact with the masses, i.e., restore the disrupted network of the provincial and oblast committees. 43 Rakitnikov complained about the tendency to allow only legal activities and warned against the amputation of revolutionary activity. In case the PSR tried to implement Armand's proposals, he predicted the final dissolution of the party. 44. Despite the Azef affair, the SR Center stubbornly refused to acknowledge that tactical mistakes may have caused the decay of the party apparatus. It therefore continued to adhere to the old conspiratorial model of action and the corresponding organizational structure. The Great Crisis Conference. The confrontation between the party center and opposition on both wings reached its first zenith in debates at the Fifth Party Council meeting at the end of April 1909. It had convened for the express purpose of liquidating the Azef fair and seeking a thorough new orientation of party affairs. This second crisis conference of the PSR was the decisive forum, where all groups would seek to determine the course of future SR politics. It comes as no surprise that the early planning stages for the conference saw scenes of fierce controversy between the Central Committee and the left-wing faction of exiled socialist revolutionaries. The magnitude of the catastrophe caused by Azef's treason alone should have been grounds for convening a regular party congress. For organizational and financial reasons, however, this was even less feasible in 1909 than a year earlier. 45 Instead, the party had to be satisfied with a party council meeting. To ensure that the most representative assembly possible would be convened, the Central Committee argued that the numbers of those invited should be expanded beyond the thought required by the party statute and that additional delegates from Russia should attend the meeting. Clearly, this suggestion sought to strengthen the Central Committee's position, because experience had shown that the representatives of Russian committees had much greater respect for the Central Party leadership than the obstreperous exiled intellectuals. For the same reason, the left opposition in the foreign organization protested this plan. They argued that there were now almost as many SRS in exile as in Russia and demanded that the representation of Russian and exiled delegates be proportional. A radical group of 14 raised the demand, which was by no means ridiculous, that the party council not be convened by the sitting, compromised Central Committee but rather from known and esteemed sympathizers of the PSR, that is, respected stariki from the populist movement like G.A. Lopatin and V.N. Figner. But the majority of SR exiles found this a dishonorable self-humiliation. In their name. J. Avksentev drafted a resolution of the 30, which defeated the opposition's attempt to win more influence over the coming conference by giving the Central Committee the right to exercise its full authority until replaced in a regular election. 46. 46 See a police group in accordance with the concept of the party leadership, a preparatory commission went to Russia with the task of organizing the appointment and election of the delegates. The plan was to assemble the properly elected or appointed 15 delegates from 13 oblasti and the 2 capital cities for a meeting outside Russia. The situation in Russia, however, was so bad that even this planned rump Congress could not be convened. The Northwest, the North Caucasus, and the Don region had neither oblast committees nor local groups. Contact could not be made with the Far Eastern Union. In Turkestan the Commission could do nothing more than leave a message. Even in the Middle Volga and the Central Industrial Region, it was not possible to organize oblast conferences. As a result, elections were held only in North and South Russia, the Urals, Ukraine, Caucasus, Siberia, and St. Petersburg. The quorum mandated by party statute was not met, since only 5 of the 9 delegates elected showed up. One delegate with a mandate from the Saratov committee was also present. After waiting in vain for 2 weeks for the missing delegates to appear, those present decided to constitute themselves as a regular party council, with 7 full voting representatives from Russia, 1 representative from the foreign organization, 2 central committee members, and Rubinovich as the PSR's standing representative to the Bureau of the Second International. In addition, 4 central committee representatives had the right to advise the council, and there was only 1 further ZO member. As presaged by the previous conflicts, the composition of the Fifth Party Council did not afford the critics, at least numerically, a very strong position. The dominance of moderate and conservative forces in the SR leadership was secured. 47. The conference followed its instructions and focused discussion on the fundamental questions of SR tactics and the building of a party organization. As for agitation in the working class, the need to work with the trade unions became ever clearer. More and more activists in the local groups were finding honorable propaganda in the circles to be outdated and proposed to replace the older form of propaganda with a broader economic organization. 48. In St. Petersburg, it was even suggested that SRS in each location henceforth be organized according to their job or professional status. The old procedure that unified party members in subrayon only because they lived in the same neighborhood was purely accidental. From the direct, conscious interests of the average worker, the party's propaganda could not take on a systematic character. To make propaganda more effective, it was necessary to organize at least the lower party cells according to the fundamental unifying principle of the proletariat, i.e., membership in the same trade or profession. Only at the next higher level in the party organization should groups be constituted along territorial lines. 49. The expert for working class questions, B.N. Lebedev, who made the leap into the SR leadership during the Azov crisis, made similar suggestions to participants of the Fifth Party Council. He seems to have combined his economic organizational concept with recommendations for a legal trade union tactic. 50. Lebedev's suggestions provoked opposition from conservative spokesmen in the party leadership. Rakitnikov and Avksentev took the lead in accusing Lebedev of greatly overestimating the importance of trade unions. They also charged him with advocating policies that were realistic only in conditions of developed political consciousness and a high degree of mobilization of the proletariat, which at the time certainly was not the case in Russia. 51. At the same time, they reiterated that the party could not afford to pass a resolution on workers' organizations that contained only empty phrases. Despite their many reservations, the majority of delegates nonetheless approved Lebedev's recommendations in order to enable local organizations to participate in the life and the struggle of the working class and to make possible a more concrete socialist activity appropriate to local conditions. 52. Reformers were also able to use the impulses from lower-level party organizations in discussions on improving the effectiveness of the agitation among the peasantry. For example, a provincial conference in Vologda at the end of 1907 determined that the agrarian population exhibited a growing tendency to unite on the basis of agricultural needs and interests. 53. Armand, who as the delegate of the Saratov committee took part in the debates of the party council but who hardly was given the opportunity to speak, joined this line of argument and in a letter to the party's central paper suggested that the PSR make the economic struggle in the village the primary aim of socialist revolutionary peasant work. She especially recommended building firm bonds, which would have the task, inter alia, of negotiating equal leasing terms for all, establishing collective enterprises, and organizing common cultivation of the land. Party agitators should limit their work to assistance and control because, as Armand argued, party workers who did more risk smothering the initiative of the peasantry. 54. The proponents of orthodox SR tactics energetically rejected proposals that in fact would have fundamentally changed the party's traditional ways of action. At best, leaders like Rakitnikov, for many years the Central Committee's expert on agrarian questions, were ready to accept non-party peasant unions as auxiliaries to the brotherhoods. It remained an open question whether these new organizations were to serve economic needs or continue working primarily toward political enlightenment. For many members of the party leadership, the mere concept of trying to make good by extensive work what could not be achieved by intensive methods was going too far. Argunov claimed that the crisis of the peasant agitation could only be solved by creating reliable, i.e. smaller but truly party-loyal cells in the countryside. In view of peasant apathy, it was premature to transfer agitation to organizations outside the party, for the party would not be creating a new, larger organization but at best would be deceiving itself. 55 Chernov also threw his authority behind this position. He noted that it would not do to consolidate the party with an amorphous collection of sympathizers. Only by carefully separating the active members from the faceless masses could the goal of PLRTY consolidation be reached. 56. To judge from the final resolution, the party council delegates succeeded in reconciling both positions. On the one hand, the resolution recommended the establishment of non-party groups in the villages. It charged them not only with conducting political agitation, for example against Stolypin's reform program, but also with pursuing the economic struggle. On the other hand, it emphasized that party cadres were subject to a strict selection procedure to keep them separate and thereby create solid cells at the grassroots. 57-58 By holding fast to the necessity of a conspiratorial form of action, the conference resolution clearly made no significant change in SR tactics. An emphasis on legal activity in the sense proposed by Armand was nowhere to be found in the resolution. Especially in the agrarian question, this core area of populist politics, the foundership of the party successfully fought to secure inherited positions. There were also differences of opinion between the critics and the supporters of the party center in the discussion over the reform of the PSR's shaken organization. I. As spokesman for the Central Committee, Avksentev defended the existing centralized party organization. He claimed that the party's task was not to change the statute but to increase its effectiveness through better planning. It was necessary, above all, to renew the central direction of the workers' and peasant agitation. In addition, the students deserved special attention because in the current situation they represented the best reservoir of needed leadership cadres. Opposed to this line was Agafonov. He argued in the name of the foreign organization and the left opposition for a radical reorganization of the party according to the decentralist model. According to Agafonov, the party dulled only overcome its complete disarray and inactivity at the grassroots by emphasizing the federal aspect of the organization. The local groups should have the greatest independence possible and their connection with the party leadership should be limited to contractual relationships. By attempting once again to cure the ills of the PSRs with anarchistic prescriptions, Agafonov stood completely alone. His arguments failed to convince a single delegate. The concept of the SR leadership prevailed by a vote of 7 to 1.5 registered. The conference participants were obviously not inclined to a radical renewal of the party. In fact, they were willing to accept only a single reform measure. On Chernov's initiative, the conference decided to divide the Central Committee and situate it in several locations. 3 members of the Central Committee were 1. To function as the foreign delegation of the Central Committee, Zagranicnaya Delegatsiyatisk, and manage the operations of the party center in exile. The rest were to set up headquarters in Russia and work at the grassroots. It now seemed possible to secure practical control over local groups and to close the gulf between the foreign center and the internal Russian periphery. 59. One of the most important and certainly the most delicate tasks of the Fifth Party Junchil was to discuss the consequences of the Azef affair for the SR leadership. The council had to decide whether and how to hold the Central Committee accountable for this disaster. This question sparked very serious conflicts and demonstrated most clearly the differences between conservatives and reformers. All conference participants agreed that the monstrous double-agent game by the senior terrorist must have consequences for all those who led the PSR during this period and who were often close friends to the traitor. but there were several different motives behind recommendations that Central Committee resign. The majority accused the party leadership of serious failures, and Armand summarized these failures in a highly polemical manner. 1. The Central Committee was neither attentive nor clever. 2. It was irresponsible for failing to make a vigorous investigation of indications that a traitor was indeed in their midst, and 3. Its indecision had allowed JSF to escape. 60. A minority of judges said that the Central Committee was free from any guilt. Out of consideration for public opinion and the PSR's prestige, they proposed to relieve the Central Committee of its duties. Although the majority declined to call for a formal vote of no confidence, to avoid further damage to the reputations of respected and popular party politicians, both positions proved irreconcilable. As a result, two separate resolutions announced the resignation of the old leadership. The critics, 4 delegates, insisted on the formulation that the Central Committee had not acted with the necessary decisiveness as required by the situation. Supporters of the leadership, 3 delegates, expressly confirmed that it had acted correctly and that it was relieved of its duties because of tactical and purely formal considerations. 61. Although the opposition won a close victory, it was unquestionably a triumph for the Conservatives. The resignation of the Central Committee soon proved a paper decision. To be sure, the newly elected Central Committee certainly included very capable revolutionaries, among them Zenzanov, Kovarsky, Szymanowski, Freefeld, Pankratov, and B. Lebedev. 62. Nevertheless, the direction of the party was still in the hands of the prominent Stariki, essentially for 2 reasons. First, the party felt that it could not do without the experience and the abilities of the older Central Committee members. The Fifth Party Council even formally confirmed Chernov, Rakitnikov, and Avksentev as editors of the Central Party paper. Unofficially, Argunov, Natanson, and Slatov concentrated organizational functions in their hands. Second, the new Central Committee did not last long. Following the new policy of the Fifth Party Council, 5 of the new members went to Russia to ensure that the glimmering fire of the party not be extinguished. 63. And were quickly arrested by the Okhrana. 64. All that remained was the foreign delegation directed by Fait and Fundaminsky. 65. This rump executive could in no way assume the functions of a party central. The Fifth Party Council also passed a resolution on the organization question, expressly reaffirming its belief that absolutely no changes in the statute and the old party organization were necessary. 66. At the same time, it formulated the basic attitude underlying its recommendations on the question of agitation among workers and peasants as well as its personnel decisions. The modest correction of SR tactics appeared to many in the party, especially the Russian underground workers, as unsatisfactory. The party's second crisis conference proved just as incapable of accomplishing its mission as had the first. Despite the shock of the Azef affair, for a second time the party failed to make a necessary, thorough, and comprehensive reform of party work. Although gravely weakened, the old party leadership could not only maintain its position of power but also impose its tactical programmatic line. Yet this victory by no means healed the wounds caused by a failed revolution and the treason of the PSR's chief terrorist. Indeed, the majority of council members ignored the fact that they very imperfectly reflected opinion of the party as a whole and that they hardly paid heed to inter-party criticism. As a result, the majority probably lost its final opportunity to save the unity of the party. From this point onward, the chasm between the opposition and the party center steadily widened. 12.3. Party split, legal socialist revolutionaries. Above all, the party's right wing gained in supporters and definition, and critical articles from this faction became ever more frequent in the party press. By hardening the fronts drawn in the controversy between Rakitnikov and Armand and the discussions at the Fifth Party Council, these articles marked the stages on building of a consciousness of the opposition as a group and signaled the genesis of the first original right-wing faction in the PSR. 12.3.1 New forms of social action and the crisis of the socialist revolutionaries. Revolutionary agitation. At the beginning of 1910, The polemic attack by N.N. Sokolov on the dogmatic rigidity of the Central Committee evoked great excitement. 1 Sokolov was an experienced underground fighter who had led the PSR committee in Kiev in 1905. He complained that the party leaders simply refused to recognize that some agitators were leaving the revolutionary cause because in their efforts to find their way in the new conditions, they began to doubt the old methods and the purpose of the work. Sokolov also felt that a change in tactics was necessary and recommended a stronger engagement in trade unions and in cultural and educational institutions. For Sokolov, apparently, a precondition for change was purification of the party from all kinds of rubbish, from attitudes of generals, bureaucracy, nepotism, the divide between those higher and those lower in the party organization, chasm between the periphery and the center, etc. 2. Another article from Russia published 3 months later proved much more effective. Not only did it present a more nuances argument but came from the pen of a Central Committee member, Zenzanov. Like Armand, he left no doubt that it was an illusion now to dream of the renewal of the party. The revolutionary had no choice but to adapt to the changed social reality and to use the new institutions, viz., to perform molecular destructive work in the agrarian and economic cooperatives. I7 C. Shklovsky, Nikantink 1905 g. p. 127. 611 Starai Rabonik, N.N. Sokolov, Nabalkshik Voprozy, Piz Mo Tovarish Cham, in, ZT number 25, January 1910, pages 10-13, here p10. Rakilnikov's response limited itself to a prose. Against, he rudeness of Sokolov's article, N.I, Rakitnikov, Nkobkadimik Obiasnknik, in, ZT number 25, January 1910, pages 13-17. 1. In daily life in the factories, and among the workers. 34125 representing Rakitnikov, Avksentev entered the fray to oppose Zenzanov and to defend the PSR's old belief. He objected that legal tactics can only be realized by a political agent or an organized party. Renouncing the previous conception led in his opinion directly to the liquidation of the revolutionary cause, that is, to Kulturnikistvo. 61. The following year the question whether the PSR should participate in the coming elections to the Fourth Duma became the catalyst for a transition from theoretical discussion to organizational fission. Avksentev, who a short time earlier had compared the reformers to deserters and rabble-rousers, was now the leader in a fight to use the parliament as a political tribune. 7 In the Njatmi of Orthodox SRS, Rakitnikov opposed Avksentev and argued that, just as in J 1907, this new Duma had no real authority and was nothing more than a deception of the people. 8 Given the refusal of party leaders to compromise, the opponents of boycott felt driven to put their alternative tactical position into a written platform. On November 4, 1911, Avksentev and Fundaminsky presented Jathi's platform to the Central Committee's foreign delegation. 9 A short time later the dissidents, joined by Slatov, B. Lebedev, and Billet, began preparing to publish their own paper Pokin, beginning. As the title indicates, the dissidents made a new beginning. Still they were only drawing conclusions from discussion that had lasted 3 years. IUHs, etc., arranging meetings and demonstrations, widespread agi special workers' papers and the press as a whole, and finally using the core assumption of the Pochincy was that the events of the 1905 to 1906 revolution had inaugurated a new phase in Russia's social and political development. What was special about the post-revolutionary period was the striving of working people for social self-determination, an organization that was a result of the general growth of cultural and social needs, a new, deeply rooted class consciousness of the lower classes in the city and countryside, the creation of cells of public opinion of the working people, Trudovaya Obshcheственnost, and the general differentiation of political life. The spontaneity of revolutionary and social movements gave way to increasing organization.
The PSR's tactics must adapt to this tendency and therefore promote activities such as participation in meetings of social organizations, organizing campaigns relating to questions that directly affect the interests of the working class, struggle for the right to build coalitions, struggle against the increase in the cost of living, protest against the acts of the government in starving /Taschen in the State Duma as a political tribune. 11. Avksentiev's theoretical arguments were buttressed by Slitov in perhaps the most interesting article in the new paper. His report of a illegal journey through Russia that he undertook toward the end of 1911 sharply attacked the conventional models of thinking and forms of action in SR politics. He offered solid evidence of the serious effects of the new social self-determination, above all the disappearance of the underground. Slitov wrote that an illegal stratum, present since the end of the 1890s, no longer existed. Therefore, the possibility of conspiratorial activity, which had been the basis of PSR success up to this point, had disappeared. Whoever wants to influence society must now become a useful, forceful person for the population. The propagandist of general truths is no longer necessary. What is needed is the Afghanizer of future victory, one who, firmly bound to the needs and interests of the grassroots, can organize not only the continuous struggle for these interests but also the existing creative independent activity of the society. Slitov also destroyed the typical picture of the socialist revolutionary. Today the revolutionary is no longer that mysterious being illuminated by the glow of heroism, no longer that mythic student, whose mere appearance in the village practically meant that the enemy was already defeated. 12. Officially, the editorial board of Zhinomia Truda accepted the publication of Pokin with great satisfaction and saw it as proof of the freedom of opinion within party. 12-13 This apparent agreement did not of course prevent sharp controversy. Rakitnikov tried to play down the differences with the right-wing dissidents. He simply declared the new paper unnecessary, claiming that since 1905 the PSR had thoroughly renewed its strategy, had in particular stopped preparing for a revolt, and had rejected a policy of local terror. What remained were tactical differences of opinion that could have fit in the columns of the Central Party paper. 14 In his polemical response, Slitov tried to restore the discussion to its proper place, viz., as a discussion over a new orientation of principles. 15 Slitov had the support of Avksentev, who felt compelled once again to justify the new methods of working. In arguing against Rakitnikov, Avksentev claimed that the party leadership had not recognized that the old forms of revolutionary action, example the distribution of flyers and organization of circles, was inappropriate to changed conditions, since one cannot integrate the masses into circles. 16 The mediation of II. Rakitnikov could not prevent a hardening of the fronts. Her attempt to define the PSR as a synthetic party, in a tried and true Chernov manner, i.e., as a party that unified legal and illegal activity, was unsuccessful because the clarification of rival positions had advanced too far for such purely verbal compromises. 17 A new schism in the neo-populist movement seemed unavoidable. This fear had already come to the fore when the Central Committee's foreign delegation first discussed the Pokin group. Although the new opposition expressly understood itself as one current in the party, and although the foreign delegation voted to retain Avksentev on the editorial board of the Zhinomia Truda, it was clear to all that the party faced the threat of a factional crisis. 18. The Pochincy did not occupy the entire right wing of the PSR. Assembled around Shimanovsky, who later became a Menshevik, was another right-wing opposition group. The public forum of this group was Izvestia Zagraniknago Oblastnago Komiteta. More radical than Avksentev and his friends, the attacks of the Shimanovsky group on the party leadership were so polemical that a foreign organization conference felt compelled to bring its own paper back into line. 19 But the extreme right was not only more aggressive in its formulations but also aimed its complaints at the heart of PSR politics. While the more moderate rightists, with whom the Shimanovsky group apparently had no contact, refrained from criticizing the axioms of the SR program, Shimanovsky knew no such restraint.
He interpreted the flowering of social self-determination in a revolutionary theoretical manner and judged it a signal for the beginning of the bourgeois democratic period in Russia's socio-economic and political development. He strongly objected to Rakitnikov's interpretation of the crisis in revolutionary parties and pointed out that it is not a matter of exhaustion or disappointment but rather, the intelligentsia is becoming more bourgeois and is generally dispersed across the entire front of Russian parties and political groups. 20 The analysis of the extreme right laid bare the explosive power behind the conflict over the renewal of the party organization and work. By admitting the existence of capitalist industrialization, the PSR program had already surrendered the assumption of early populism that Russia could leap over the capitalist stage. Now the party wanted to try to hold back the advance of capitalism. Szymanowski went one decisive step further by claiming quite forcefully that even this modest demand had now become obsolete. Thus the party was confronted with the new problem of trying to define the coming revolution. It was no longer possible to claim that an immediate socialization of the land would reduce the bourgeois stage of the process to a socialist order, a short, transitional period. The extreme right wing had to regard the coming revolt as a bourgeois revolution and as the beginning of a long-term bourgeois epoch on the West European model. For the group around Szymanowski, the critical revision of socialist revolutionary tactics turned into a rejection of the populist heritage. Szymanowski and his group essentially appealed to the PSR to dissolve itself and, at the same time, argued for legal politics in the service of bourgeois democracy. The Pochincy themselves would not have gone so far, but their arguments in fact pointed in the same direction as the Szymanowski group. The right as a whole, therefore, took a position before the outbreak of World War I that made it possible for them in 1917 to enter a coalition with the Mensheviks and Cadets. 12.3.2 Individual terror, anachronistic politics. No instrument of SR tactics contradicted the legalist concept of the right opposition more overtly than political terror. As more and more SRS became convinced that revolutionary strategy, at least temporarily, must be limited to those forms of action permitted by the autocracy, the calculated use of violence came under increasing intra-party criticism. Azef's treason helped the reformers, since it forced the party to discuss the sense and purpose of assassinations under changed social and political conditions and to consider whether this tactic could still accomplish its prescribed functions. In the past, the party certainly had good cause to reconsider frequently the appropriateness of terrorist acts. Because terror was to be a response to the cruelty of the government, and one form of the struggle for a free social order, according to the SR conception of this tactic, the criterion for its legitimacy was the action of the state and the success of the SR forces. Time terror forced concessions from the enemy was a new occasion for re-examining the tactic. One good reason for this re-examination was the need to evaluate the reaction of public opinion and masses. 21 After such re-examinations, the PSR leadership decided 3 times to suspend violent attacks. In October 1905, when the fighting organization was changed into a committee for the preparation of the armed revolt, as well as in May 1906 and February 1907, when the party did not want to endanger the work of the First and Second Dumas with provocative acts of violence. The objections raised by the right opposition against terror since 1909 and first put forward at the Fifth Party Council were of a fundamentally different kind. To be sure, as part of a general revision of party tactics, the Fifth Party Council too at first only debated whether, in view of the Azef affair, preparations for further attacks should be temporarily suspended. But all the speakers who voted for a temporary suspension explained that their arguments were made independent from the Azef catastrophe and had deeper roots. 22 The Azef affair was fine immediate incentive for criticism but did not justify it. Chernov correctly concluded that for the Zion. 23 First time the purpose of terror as a method of struggle was the subject of discuss. The opinion of the preparatory committee was divided. Half of its members voted for a suspension of terror, the other half voted against. Supporters of a temporary suspension were blind to the real question at hand and completely oriented toward immediate tactical considerations.
Their main argument was that before 1905 terror had tremendous success because it was carried by the growing revolutionary unrest, the mobilization of the masses, and the general receptiveness of the population. This success blinded the Tsarist state and misled it to overestimate greatly the strength of revolutionary forces. No one knew who led the campaign, and therefore the public was full of hope, the government full of uncertainty and fear. 24 The terrorist tactician won its victories in the romantic period of the revolution on credit and profited from the chiliastic hope of these years that the hand of some liberator would appear and lead in some direction. This diffuse, egementary turmoil, upon which the political effects of terror necessarily rested, came to a halt with the end of the revolution and gave way to general apathy. At the same time the state had recovered from its weakness and extinguished the last spark of rebellion. None other than the high school chemistry professor Billet, who as a technical expert in terror was expressly invited to take part in the discussions of the party council, denied that acts of violence against representatives of the autocracy would achieve those three effects that Gershuni-N.D. Chernov in 1902 had ascribed to this tactic. Acceptance of these three results H.D. justified the use of terror as an officialitatio of the PSR. Billet maintained that political terror could no longer destabilize the autocracy, mobilize the masses, and organize the revolutionary forces. 25I. Rubinovich offered a much deeper argument. He did not ask if terror had a purpose but whether it was still legitimate. He recalled that terror as revenge on the Tsarist state and carried out in the name of the oppressed was justified only by the inability of the oppressed to defend themselves. Because of the revolution, this basic assumption was no longer valid. The people, or more precisely the exploited working class, has stepped onto the arena of political action and smuggle, not in the name of a feeling of justice violated, but in the name of their economic and political interests. A duel, as presented by political terror, has become anachronistic. Rubinovich then posed the provocative question, does it not appear to the comrades that under the circumstances individual terrorist acts in the future are somehow rather pathetic, since they correspond neither to the strength of the enemy nor to the mood of the masses, not to mention their complete political pointlessness? 26 other participants in the discussion accepted this objection, but gave it a more obvious Marxist coloring. Lebedev, who later became a Pochinets, recalled that the PSR had rejected economic terror with the argument that one cannot fight against a class with assassinations. Now that the bourgeois class character has been unmistakably revealed since the end of the revolution, the same argument can be applied to political terror. 27T/VO months later, Billet formulated this consideration even more clearly in a letter to the board of editors of Zhenia Truda. Today it is obvious that autocracy is by no means alone, that its condition has stabilized, that those classes interested in its existence are closing ranks to give strong support, and that these classes are not prepared to surrender their hold on autocracy voluntarily. The social classes are not receptive to terror. Therefore one can answer the question, do we still need terror, only by responding, no, terror is no longer necessary. 28. Speaking for the supporters of terror, Chernov did not respond directly on the principle level that he himself attributed to the debate. His tactical arguments left much to be desired, rhetoric replaced substance. 29 He admitted that assassinations, as the PSR had constantly emphasized, only had a purpose when connected to a mass movement. In the same breath, however, he added that terror and mass movement need not march in step. Thus, contrary to his earlier statement, individual attacks were now permissible, and the PSR's acknowledged theoretical leader drew precisely that conclusion. He judged the current situation in these terms: terror is not compromised but rather the party leadership is. 30 The fighting organization achieved its successes in 1904 to 1905 through its own ability and not on credit, and the power of terrorist action has not been broken in the post-revolutionary era. Chernov claimed that the masses were still waiting to be awakened. He even expressed the hope that with the old tactics the PSR would soon be stronger than ever. He also utterly failed to recognize the causal connection when he tried to interpret the Azov debacle in a positive way. Azov's treason had dulled the terror as a weapon, and now, after the discovery of his deed, it could be even more effectively used. 31 To the objections raised by Rubinovich, Billet, and Lebedev, which he regarded as the most serious, Chernov could only respond that the PSR had always recognized the class character of the autocracy. Still, he also maintained that one could not speak of a new quality in the political maturity of the masses of workers and peasants and in the development of the bourgeois social structure. Consequently, he held fast to the received populist justification for terror as a method of struggle. As long as the state oppressed the masses, revolutionaries had to answer with the same means. As Gershoni put it before the delegates of the Second Party Congress, where there are whips and straps, there are also revolvers and bombs. 96 Chernov, who above all was supported by Natanson 97, came to the following conclusion: the immediate task that now stands before us is the question of renewing terrorist activity and rebuilding the fighting organization. We want to establish the struggle as something constant and organized. 32. The majority of Party Congress delegates agreed with Chernov's argument to retain the old tactics. 33 Once again, the PSR confirmed that it did not regard political terror as a changeable tactic, as assumed by Rubinovich and emphasized by Chernov. 34-35 but instead as an essential and constitutive element of the party's populist identity. Consequently, the right opposition accused conservative SRS of holding the same opinion with regard to terror as the party's left wing, who gathered around Revali Uchinaya MYSL.M. Despite this defeat, the anti-terrorist front did not abandon its fight to revise the party's tactic of terror. In fact, their voices became increasingly audible, and their arguments became an essential element in the conflict over the PSR's new general strategy. The platform of the Pokin group proved rather moderate, for it demanded only a temporary suspension of acts of violence. More radical articles by Shimanovsky, Lebedev, and others in Izvestia Zagranicnago Oblastnago Komitetat argued for a complete rejection of political terror. Stolypin's murder in 1911 caused this faction to point out once more the ineffectiveness of such actions. The party must see one that public opinion protested categorically and condemned the deed energetically. At a time when new social strata and classes were dominant and the possibilities for legal political activity existed, Bagrov's bomb had awakened no one but rather had greatly damaged the revolutionary movement. 36. The failure of attempts after the Fifth Party Council to renew the fighting organization proved that the critique of the legal socialist revolutionaries was correct. The changes of political and social conditions in the course of Rusia's industrialization and modernization confirmed the argument of legal socialist revolutionaries that individual terror as a means of revolutionary politics was no longer relevant. This argument against the sacred inheritance of the Narodnaya Volit deserves closer examination in a theoretical perspective. In general, the Patrioti understood political terror as a symbolic act. It was effective because, with only a minimal use of human and material resources, it could achieve maximum political results by creating fear and demonstrating the power of terrorists. Of course, terror was effective only in certain political and social conditions. It was plausibly argued that terrorists could only be successful when they enjoyed not merely a limited amount of real support but also when they could tap a substantial reservoir of latent support in a society whose foundations had already been shaken. 37 Precisely these conditions were present in Russia before the 1905 revolution, and these conditions explain the enormous political effects of the PSR's attacks on Sipiagin, 1902, and Plave, 1904. But terrorists risk failure when they use violence as already accepted political groups. In this case they endanger their moral credibility. That is why the SRS suffered politically from terror during the 1905 revolution when they lost their most important financial supporters, the liberal intelligentsia. Because the resonance of political violence is so dependent upon specific social and political conditions, it is not an appropriate tactic for the long term, even when its justification, viz., the injustice of the regime and the ineffectiveness of other methods,
are considered valid. The PSR leadership was not sufficiently sensitive to this structural weakness of political terror. It failed to recognize that political terror was not an appropriate means to integrate the masses in the long run. At best, terror could only achieve short-term mobilization. The SR's basic assumption proved fallacious. Terror and organization were antipodes. Moreover, populist political terror suffered from specific problems caused by changes overtaking Russian economy and society since the late 19th century. As an instrument of SR strategy, political terror presupposed the personalization and representative selection of the enemy, and hence it assumed the model of a knightly duel. Conceived in this fashion, political terror as practiced by SRS was very closely bound to the character of rule in pre-modern agrarian societies. According to the populist justification for political terror, vengeance on the small and the great, the local and the central, satraps of autocracy 38 was most appropriate for a society in which political and personal rule were still identical, in which economic and political dependence still appeared in the form of private personal rule, in which cohesion depended upon personal relations legitimate by tradition, and in which impersonal methods of rule were not yet dominant. 39. At the same time, political terror, as understood by the SRS, was especially modeled after a strongly centralized state apparatus which characterized the Tsarist autocracy and, more generally, societies of the agrarian bureaucracy type. 40. Thus the tactic of assassination was a genuine product of the Russian social and state structure. In this context, the central assumption of populist political tenor made sense. Terror was to attack, along with individual Tsarist civil servants, autocratic rule itself. The SR were probably aware that the state would simply replace a murdered official. Yet this fact did not raise any doubts about the justification of terror as a method in THFC political struggle. 41-42. Instead, the SRS simply reduced their expectations. By clinging to the belief that assassinations worked to disorganize autocracy, they maintained a faint glimmer of their original hope for complete freedom from servitude and bondage. Populist terror presupposed a theory of society that still understood rule to be a behemoth, a many-headed monster, not a differentiated system of economic, social, and political relations. This method of revolutionary struggle became increasingly irrelevant as industrialization and modernization in Russia progressed, although autocracy itself had initiated this process, which to be sure had its own peculiarities. It did tend to undermine the traditional structure of society, create new social classes and strata, and fundamentally change the conditions in which the revolutionary movement had to work. As political and economic domination became increasingly separated, domination became increasingly difficult to personalize. With the differentiation of the entire economic and social structure, the PSR faced an alternative: either adapt its terrorist activities, i.e., target all manifestations of oppression and allow economic terror, or completely abandon error as a method. The maximalists chose the first alternative, thus confirming that they were legitimate heirs of the PSR. More moderate socialist revolutionaries recognized that general terror could only produce mindless, chaotic destruction. They therefore rejected that kind of terror as a political tactic and refused to follow the maximalists. However, because the moderates could not bring themselves to forbid acts of violence completely, they did not have a satisfactory solution to the problem of terror. The maximalists correctly referred to this dilemma, accusing their one-time mentors of inconsistency. Likewise, Lebedev plausibly demanded to expand the ban on terror from the economic to the political sphere, arguing that the political sphere now definitely could be recognized as a derivative of the economic. 42 As a consequence of the social effects of industrialization, the substitute character of terror became anachronistic. Rubinovich emphasized the anachronism of terror by pointing out the newly awakened initiative of the masses. From the end of 1905, political terror no longer worked to integrate the PSR. That was due not only to the Okhrana's counteroffensive, but also to the diminishing effectiveness of terror as a method of revolutionary struggle in a changed social and political reality. Thus 1905 marked a significant change in the populist conception of terror. The inter-party critique of terror proved another lesson from the revolution. 12.3.3 Decay of the Obshchirya and the crisis of the socialist revolutionary program. As early as the First Party Congress, the SRS discussed rising doubts about the feasibility of realizing the central demands of their program, the socialization of land. The most knowledgeable critic, S.P. Shvetsov, a delegate from the Tomsk Committee, 43, was greeted with applause when he raised objections to this plank in the party program. The delegates even asked him to summarize his position in a brochure. 44 Apparently, the audience was only superficially aware of the problems in the economic and social structure of the countryside that Shvetsov had raised. He reminded them that, for the transition to socialization of the land, the best form of the Obshchina, a workers' cooperative, Trudovaya Obshchina, did not exist in Russia at all. What Russia did have was simply a landowning and land utilization cooperative, Obshchina Vyladnaya I Polzovania. The expansion of this type of cooperative had to overcome resistance from the peasants, who would not be prepared to open up Obshchina land to the disposition of all. One also had to take into account the fact that their feeling of property ownership was already developed, for many of them had in fact become property owners. In addition, in many areas of Tsarist Russia individual peasants tilled their own land, and so the SR program faced even more unfavorable conditions. With prophetic vision, Shvetsov warned the delegates that they had to be prepared for great difficulties even after a revolution, because capitalism had already had a strong impact on Russian agriculture. For example, it would be impossible to prohibit wage labor unless the PSR was prepared to control every peasant household and run the risk of creating a totalitarian state. 45. The PSR's program suffered an additional shock from the agrarian reforms launched by Prime Minister P.A. Stolypin. These reforms, in effect, expressly intended to destroy the traditional village economic and social structure by forcing the creation of a strata of middle peasants producing for the market. The SR leadership could try to explain the failure of the 1905 revolution by citing organizational deficiencies in party work and the immaturity of the masses. The announcement that the old strategy must be more effectively practiced was a possible, if insufficient, answer. The party could not overcome the changes in socio-economic structure of the countryside, engineered by the autocratic state, by a mere change in tactics, because the very demand for socialization of the land risked becoming irrelevant. The very foundations of neo-populist theory were in danger. The PSR's first response to the Stolypin Law of November 9, 1906, this illegal child of the Interduma period, 46, denied just this danger. The party judged the reforms to be an attempt to split the peasantry. Consequently, the party recommended that the peasants oppose the government by remaining united, by boycotting the commissions to reparcel agricultural land, by refusing to sell or lease land, by not leaving the Obshchina, and wherever possible and necessary by redistributing the land. 47-48 However, by the middle of 1907, Rakitnikov had to admit that Tsarist policy had achieved some success. He described the actual situation by claiming that because the Duma could not give the peasants any land, after the coup d'état of June 3, 1907, the selling of land had become an epidemic. Although this process did not create enemies of the revolution, since the buyers had a burning interest in the liberation from bank payments, it had destroyed the former solidarity in the village. Much more damaging were the losses suffered by the Obshchina, as strata of the rural population had an especially strong tendency to withdraw. 1. The proletarian elements, who wanted to sell their modest strips of land and migrate to the cities, and 2. The many sole families, Nagadushniki, who currently used more land than they could expect to keep after a new distribution. Rakitnikov could only suggest the old tactics, to combat these developments, a broad and solid organization of the peasantry, renewal of the Obshchina, and intensified propaganda against the idea of private property. 14j. None of these recommendations was of much help.
The SRS had to recognize that they could not stop or retard the undesirable, from their perspective, dissolution of the traditional village community. In delivering the Central Committee report on the agrarian question at the London General Conference, Rakitnikov even noted a strong tendency of peasants in Saratov province, the region of Kjor support for the PSR, to leave the Obshchina 5. Nevertheless, the majority of delegates and the party leadership refused to accept the implications that such developments bore for the party program. Rather, the PSR preferred to maintain the validity of old positions, notwithstanding the new conditions. But the arguments the party used to buttress the old positions became increasingly vague. In the process, they tended to make the statements of the First Party Congress, which had never been very concrete, even more nebulous. Rakitnikov made the first attempt to rescue the party program at the London Conference in 1908 when he explained, "Our expectations and hopes, our program, do not rest on a common tilling of the land but on a complex of ideas, feelings, and habits, on that total psychology that peasantry acquired during the whole of its previous history 49-50-50 Thus the SR based its program not on Obshchina as an institution but rather on a certain understanding of the evolution of agriculture. 51 In addition, the party program had never claimed that the commune would prevent the proletarianization of Russia. Instead, it had simply protested against the orthodox Marxist view that Russia's future would look like contemporary England. 52 When these reinterpretations of the party program appeared inadequate, Rakitnikov fled to a desperate stubbornness. Even as the reality of Russia after 1905 threatened to undermine the fundamental assumptions of populist politics, in 1910 Rakitnikov tried to encourage defeatist Konjarads by urging the PSR not to give up on the Obshchina as long as it has not yet disappeared from the face of Russian earth. The party had to do two things simultaneously: admit defeat, yet not accept JT 53. An article on the principles of the party program marked a new turning point in the SR leaders' search for a solution to this question. The piece tried to provide a more solid basis for the party's demand that the land be socialized. Chernov referred to Ralsitnikov as being alone, the poor beggar who was the recruit on watch and the one who carried the burden of the last Mohican in defending the party's agrarian program. 54 Rakitnikov identified three different forms of departure from the Obshchina: 1. The complete separation, whereby the peasant acquired his own farm; 2. The separation of land only, with the peasant continuing to reside in the village; and 3. Consolidation of different strips of land into a single large parcel within the Obshchina. Rakitnikov's first thesis was that the overwhelming majority of peasants who left the Obshchina belonged to the third category. However, among these peasants one did not find those fanatical defenders of private property that the government would love to see. In fact, the mentality of these peasants still bound them to the Obshchina, and so they were still fit subjects for SR agitation. Rakitnikov generalized his observation and came to the surprising conclusion: a convinced supporter of independent farming can still accept the socialization of the land, because the principles governing the use and distribution of land operate on different levels and are not contradictory. Our project is not opposed to individual farms. 55. Naturally, it was theoretically correct to hold that individual use did not necessarily mean that peasants would become small landowners. Still, this distinction could not hide the reinterpretation of the SR agrarian program that had just taken place. In 1902 Chernov had excused the desire for land of the peasantry and explained that it was the striving of the weakest and the most unprotected for a certain minimum of relative independence and security. 56 In 1911, under the impression of the temporary results of Stolypin's reform policies, the small farmer who produced for profit and the market had become acceptable to the PSR. This acceptance of small farmers was a consequence of the party's oft-repeated claim that neo-populist principles were not only valid for Russia but could also be supported by the small peasantry of Western Europe. 57 Nevertheless, the party was simply taking account of reality. As early as 1907, a letter from Tula province gave an exemplary response to a question posed in a survey of the peasants, asking which strata of the village population was the most strongly for the revolution. The most solid peasants in the struggle are those who live off their own farms, that means the well-to-do and the middle peasants. They insist that they do not have to work for the noble landowners. But the poor do not agree, because their most important income are the wages from the noble landowners. 58. In 1917, the PSR took a further step toward opening its agrarian program to small property owners. Vikliev, Chernov's most important assistant during his service as agriculture minister in the provisional government, wrote the only brochure that sought to make the party's demand for socialization of the land more precise. He was much clearer than Rakitnikov in assuring the middle peasants that they had nothing to fear from the PSR. In order not to anger the worker peasants, we must make it a rule that all land which is currently the property of peasant families and which they use without wage laborers will remain for their use, even if the size of this land exceeds the average norm per person, Srednyaya Dushevnaya Norma, set for the each region 59. In other words, the distribution land, the core of the populist revolution, and the beginning of the transition to a socialist order would no longer touch large portions of agrarian private property. In the end, the PSR wound up rejecting its original objectives and accommodated itself to the striving for private property or at least individually used land of its peasant clientele. By adapting the agrarian program to the process of social differentiation in agriculture, and the extent of this differentiation in the years 1909 to 10 was surely overestimated by the party, the SR leadership demonstrated more flexibility than in its decisions on tactics. Nevertheless, the leadership came under fire from both camps of the inner-party opposition. Udalevsky spoke for the left wing as early as the London General Conference in 1908 and questioned the value of the distinction between Obshchina and Obshchina Psyche. 60 Agafonov repeated the objections at the Fifth Party Council meeting. In a sharp attack on the Central Committee, he complained that the real peasant party, the PSR, was the weakest party in the peasantry and indeed was even weaker than social democracy. For him, this was the necessary consequence of a failed policy. He argued that the party should not try to save the SR program by separating it from the fate of the Obshchina, but rather should hinder this development, i.e., by means of an immediate revolution to rescue the Obshchina from decay. 61. While the neo-maximalists again charged the leadership with defeatism, the right wing complained of just the opposite, namely, that the party center held fast to hopeless revolutionary positions. For those on the right, early doubts about the party's agrarian program had become certainties. A moderate delegate to the Fifth Party Council expressed these certainties when he commented on Rakitnikov's assurance that a SR peasant who had left the Obshchina could continue to be a PSR member. In his words, "I do not know, but it is impossible to go to those who have left the Obshchina with the old contents of our program, for they are now property owners." 62 In 1910, dissatisfaction in the party caused a flood of protests. Critics accused Rakitnikov of being a hopeless Don Quixote. By invoking the old slogan that everything is excellent, he was merely trying to conserve old solutions, no matter how hopeless their realization might be. 63 Another critic even voiced the view that by advocating the separation of the Obshchina as an institution from the party program, the supporters of this position stood in direct contradiction to the program of 1906. He also proved that gradually the entire country, including the agricultural sector, would be integrated into capitalist relations and the collapse of the socialization of the land would be sealed. 64 Szymanowski gave the SR program the coup de grace when he objected, "Bourgeois principles are expanding over the entire area of agricultural relations, all land is being changed into a good, the principles of private property are being consolidated. In this manner, forces opposed to solidarity and socialism are created in the peasantry, and hence, our program is losing its central foundation." 65. Whether the analysis of the opposition took full account of all the contradictions of Russian industrialization and especially development in the agrarian sector is an open question. There is certainly cause for the assumption that the SR right wing tended to throw the baby out with the bath because of their readiness to acknowledge the total victory of the bourgeois capitalist order. In any case, transformation of the agrarian sector, with all of its difficulties, and decay of the Obshchina, which in fact was not dissolving as rapidly as the statistics for 1909 to 1910 might have suggested, did indeed support the critics in the PSR. Some in the party began to realize that industrialization and modernization threatened the theoretical foundation of populism. They lost faith in the agrarian socialist utopia, faith that a future society based on a pre-capitalist order with common property and the right to land was at all possible. It was this dilemma that the right opposition tried to solve and, especially in the agrarian question, brought them close to Menshevik and liberal democratic positions. 12.4. The missed connection. From the beginning of 1911, there were growing signs that new revolutionary unrest was at hand. The workers gradually threw off the passivity that had seized them after 1907. Despite the economic growth that set in about 1909, the workers began once again to protest against living conditions and wage levels that had remained very low. Although security forces suppressed strikes and demonstrations with much loss of life, such oppression only provoked greater resistance. Social unrest acquired a more explosive character. In April 1912, violence broke out anew when Tsarist soldiers shot striking workers 3 the goldfields near the Lena River. Like Bloody Sunday in 1905, this incident ignited a wave of solidarity and mass strikes that did not end until World War I. Soon the SR organizations reported a noticeable increase in activity. 123 The PSR's convalescence, which Chernov had very prematurely proclaimed in 1908, now appeared to have finally begun. However, the exiled neo-populists had to recognize after only a short time that such hopes were invalid because the unrest was limited to the cities alone, a significant difference from 1905, and because the peasantry remained largely indifferent. This new wave of unrest did not reach expected levels of violence and vigor. And this time the PJSR was even less able to influence the demonstrations and strikes than in the initial phase of the First Russian Revolution. The Central SR paper described the situation in these terms: the reaction separated us far from the masses, our complete dispersion and the disorganization of our forces made it impossible for us to influence the masses in any way. The party was forced to acknowledge its phenomenal helplessness in this unhappy history too. Even the railroad workers and the post and telegraph workers' unions held their distance. 3. But the proletariat was not the only group in which the PSR failed to establish contacts. The intelligentsia did not return to the party. Whenever and wherever the intelligentsia was prepared to engage in oppositionist activity, and significant portions of the intelligentsia apparently were prepared WPRK for the opposition, it preferred legal organizations. Numerous populist circles and newspapers were founded all over Russia. 4 But most of these new circles and groups had only loose ties with the party in the informal organizations, which were important as crystallization points for genuine political engagement. A socialist revolutionary was rarely found. If one of these new groups did have an SR, more often than not, as reported from South Russia, G was a Pochinets, a member of the right wing. 5 In view of these conditions, the Orthodox PSR leadership in exile was forced to make certain concessions to the new forms of the revolutionary movement. Since 1910, Chernov, being involved in a strident controversy with his former Central Committee colleagues and largely retiring from party work, 6 had endeavored to found a legal theoretical paper. In J 1912 he could finally realize his plans. By beginning publication of Zavety, the Legacy. 7 At the same time the Central Committee's incumbent foreign delegation attempted to create a kind of second, moderate Central Party paper. Those HIV/MYSL, The Living Thought, 8 appears to have had contacts with local populist periodicals. These measures came late and apparently did not have intensive support from the party. Not surprisingly, such activities failed to end the PSR's isolation. The PSR and modernization, was there a populist alternative? Without question,
it would be a mistake to try to establish a direct, causal connection between the history of SR theory and practice, above all, the increasingly ineffective political terror, the crisis of the organization, and the erosion of the programmatic foundation of populism, and the fate of the PSR in the decisive year of the 1917 revolution. Any attempt to make its agnosticism toward capitalist industrialization the sole cause of the neo-populist failure would be an unwarranted simplification of a complex history. Doubtless, it was the immediate failures in the summer of 1917 that sealed the political fate of the SRS. We must also not forget that the war was an important reason for divisions within the party. Indeed, it was war that essentially determined the condition and actions of the party in 1917. Finally, subjective elements in the history of the PSR were of great importance. The roles played by Chernov and the speakers of the right wing, namely Avksentev, A. Gotz, and Zenzinov, cannot be disregarded. We must also ask ourselves the same question posed by Chernov: would the party have taken another course had Gershoni and M. Gotz not died prematurely? Could the charisma of the popular tribune and the firm hand of the organizer have averted the decay that crippled the party after 1909? Could the united strength of all three leaders have presented a force equal to Lenin and Trotsky in 1917? However that may be, the fact remains that the behavior of the PSR during the February regime can only be properly understood in the light of the party's earlier history. The conflicts over SR theory and practice during the pre-war years determined the course taken by the dominant forces in the party in 1917. The conflicts that erupted in 1917 had their source in controversies that began before 1914. One can highlight the continuity by pointing to four elements that may be regarded as the central long-term causes for the failure of neo-populism. One more than other comparable groups, the PSR had to contend with the problem of splits in the party. Indeed, after 1902 the formation of party factions actually never ceased. But there is good reason to regard only two factions as real secessions. The new groupings that seriously threatened party unity were, first, that of the Maximalists in 1906, since it had the support of strong radicalization in the rank and file, and, second, the Pokin group, since it formed part of the hardcore SR leadership and brought a split in the Central Committee. In addition, the objectives of the legal socialist revolutionaries justify to treat them as a faction that posed a real threat to the PSR, for they demanded not only a superficial accommodation of received policies to the changed situation but nothing less than the rejection of the tactical repertoire and the theoretical heritage of the classical populism of the 1870s. Whereas the activity of classical populism presupposed a divide between the revolutionary 61ite and the passive, dark masses, the legal socialist revolutionaries claimed that social independent action had overcome this divide. With this concept of Obshtcheственnost, the Pokin group tried to identify what might be described as the delayed creation of public sphere. Of course, this phenomenon remained just as rudimentary as the entire liberal constitutional system in Russia. However, because Russia's socio-economic backwardness created the middle classes and the proletariat at the same time, from the very beginning Russia, in contrast to the Western European model too, had two forms of public sphere. First, at the higher levels of Russian society, the Duma was a continuation of the political circles, clubs, and banquets where with increasing vigor since the turn of the century, the political opinions of society, the educated classes, were formed. This form of public sphere was the source of the liberal parties formed during the 1905 revolution. 3 At the lower levels of the social pyramid, parallel developments were occurring in the trade unions, in the educational associations, and in the urban and rural cooperatives. A public sphere of the lower and middle classes acquired legality. It was not directly political but rather based primarily upon economic interests. However, in times of crisis these new social institutions contained great political potential. Although both sectors of public sphere, the bourgeois as well as the trudovaya obshcheственnost, to use the socialist revolutionary term, were limited in their functions and rights, The primary task of revolutionary parties was to use these nascent forms of public expression to further the revolutionary cause. The objective of parties was thus to mediate between the legal and illegal forms for the expression of social interests. The orthodox SRS, however, believed that they were strong enough to ignore the new institutions of public sphere. The right opposition first realized that, with this attitude, the PSR not only avoided attempts at appeasement by the government, but also spurned the formation of new forms of political life. J. Because the Pochincy drew consequences from the rise of new forms of political expression, they envisioned something new, the change of the PSRI amorphous social movement into a party that intended to represent primarily the interests of the agrarian population. There is no question that this process remained just as incomplete as the creation of a middle peasantry in the course of TLE Stolypin reforms or as the construction of democratic political structures. In the same way, the Pokin group did indeed maintain its character as an organization of the intelligentsia, which could never make good its claim to represent the whole of the oppressed people of Russia. However, the tendency towards becoming a peasant-oriented party became the more manifest as Russia's economic and social transformation appeared to eliminate the conditions for socialization of the land, although the degree of disintegration in the Obshchina was overestimated. As shown above, even Orthodox SRS demonstrated that they understood the importance of this process by substantially changing their agrarian program with the acceptance of small landowners. The metamorphosis was completed in 1917 as a situation of increasing political polarization forced all participants to take concrete positions and initiate definite programs. It now became clear that the PSR, under the influence of the right wing, tried to prevent a radical transformation of rural property, for that attempted to hinder the spontaneous initiative of the peasantry in the form of repartition, a policy that the party 12 years earlier had advocated, and that by calling for regulation of the land question by the Constituent Assembly, it now took the very same legalistic and cautious position of which it had accused the People's Socialist. During the 1905 revolution, all these new policies were opposed to the party's own program and the demands that it had made for years. The PSR had ceased being the militant avant-garde of village poverty that did not even fear the use of violence in order to promote spontaneous agrarian revolution. The proposed agrarian law of the last SR Minister of Agriculture, S.L. Maslov, made the PSR's new position clear. For in 1917 Peshkhanov noted with satisfaction the party's programmatic changes even though in his opinion the PSR did not quite go far enough. Seconds, Peshkhanov, Pochkmuamytog Ushli, p. 17f. This draft went far to accommodate rural landowners and had nothing at all in common with the party's original policy of socialization of the land, for thus Radke could pointedly state that in 1917 the main contingent of conservatives was not found Amarigal cadets, but rather among the ranks of the PSR. At the same time, the left SRS, and with reservations, the left center around Chernov as well, maintained the received heritage of populism, with its typical mixture of revolutionary and restorative elements. They approved of the agrarian social revolution. Together with the Bolsheviks, they introduced the land decree that the Second All-Russian Congress of the Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets passed on October 26, 1917. J became the advocate for those classes that profited from the land decree, that is, primarily the middle peasants who could not employ labor and had just enough land to secure their own survival. 6 But it was, also the left SRS who, for one last time, revived the terror of Narodnaya Volia in their struggle against the Bolsheviks. 7 In many respects, maximalism experienced a second renaissance in the left SRS, who generally held to the anti-state, decentralized, and anarchic beliefs of radical populism. The polarization in the neo-populist party cannot be adequately explained by merely pointing to differences of opinion over the war. In fact, the causes of this polarization reach back to the controversies over the lessons of the First Russian Revolution, over the new political structures created by the First Revolution, and over the significance of the masses' entry into political life.
On the party's right wing, which soon proved itself the most competent and effective politically, the political programmatic continuity accompanied a continuity in personnel as well. Many Pochinici of 1911, namely Avksentev and Funchomsky, were notable leaders of those SRS close to the cadets in 1917. The triumph of the centrifugal over the centripetal forces in the PSR that Chernov so regretted was due to deeper causes, controversial strategies for the solution of the crisis of the received populist politics that were brought about by Russia's industrialization and modernization. Seen in Tchi's way, the loss of the synthetic character of the PSR reflected the fate of populism in general. To the degree that populism arose in backward societies as a defensive agrarian social movement, reacting to the expansion of industrial capitalism and urban society, populism had to change its political form as modernization progressed. Populism lost its character as a revolutionary movement when its non-capitalist alternative of socio-economic progress degenerated into a chimera devoid of any connection with contemporary reality. The symbiosis of restorative and progressive elements, which made up its typical ambivalence, lost its foundation and conservative tendencies became more pronounced. There is much to say for the thesis that faction building in the PSR can be understood as the complement of the transformation of agrarian socialism into peasantism. Two socialist revolutionaries had little regard for organization as an instrument of revolutionary politics. If it is true that modernization creates an organizational imperative because it destroys old authority and political structures without necessarily replacing them with new authority and structures, the PSR did not understand the reality of contemporary Russia. Just as political terror, in the populist conception, corresponded more to a traditional agrarian society, so too must the PSR's organization be seen as anachronistic. Lenin and the Bolsheviks confirmed the hypothesis that in a modernizing world the future belongs to those who know how to organize their politics. That the obverse was also true is evident in the fate of the SRS, providing that Chernov's admonition was justified. Without organization a political class, or a party is in a condition of political powerlessness, of historical impotence, no matter how strong numerically or how high its consciousness may be. 3. Just as in the 1905 revolution, the PSR in the Second Revolution did not know how to integrate that section of society in whose name it claimed to speak, viz., the peasantry. Simply to point to failures of political agitation or the intellectualism of the populist intelligentsia as causes for these problems is not enough. In fact, there is reason to see in the failure of the PSR to integrate the peasantry a manifestation of those characteristics of agrarian social movements in backward societies that, as a rule, ensured that peasant uprisings remained nothing more than simple rebellions and prevented them from becoming a revolutionary movement with the objective of transforming the current economic, political, and social system as a whole. Thus far, it has been argued that neopopulism lost its political effectiveness because of insufficient accommodation to modernization. But it is also true that Russia's backwardness took from neopopulism the possibility of achieving its most important objective. In the end, the PSR remained a party of the intelligentsia. Under the given conditions, it could not become a party of the rural masses. For by advocating in its program the utopian vision of a communist agrarian society, over time the PSR found itself increasingly at odds with the reality of contemporary Russia. Even when industrialization and modernization in Russia progressed unevenly, and even though pre-industrial, feudal relationships remained in agriculture, nevertheless the possibility of non-capitalist development towards socialism became increasingly unrealistic. The PSR lost that essential quality of every successful strategy of revolutionary politics, viz., the capacity to present an objective for Russian society as a whole. As Agerskenkron observed, to deny the possibility of successful industrialization at a time when industrial development began to move forward with very great speed was obviously contradictory to the facts. This meant not only a tragic surrender of realism to utopia, 11, but also reduced the political effectiveness of neopopulism in its conflict with social democracy.
Despite all the controversies about the state of Russian economic development on the eve of World War I, it is clear that the fall of the autocracy in 1917 was not solely the product of defeat on the battlefield. No less important in the destruction of Tsarism was the comprehensive structural crisis caused by rapid industrialization and modernization, further exacerbated by war and political intransigence. Thus the Russian Revolution has been contrasted to the bourgeois democratic upheavals in Western Europe and held to be the first example of a new type of revolution, resulting from the pressure to overcome economic and socio-political backwardness and being fueled by extreme ideologies as a revolution from outside. 12th von Law, in particular, has suggested this concept for the interpretation of Russian history from Witt to Stalin. In his opinion, both the demise of autocracy and the perversion of the Bolshevik regime into Stalinist dictatorship are to be seen as necessary concomitants of the industrialization process. A rule that sought its legitimacy in the economic development of the country without finding the indispensable motivation and discipline in the society did not have any other choice except to replace these preconditions by deliberate force. That is why a single, all-powerful will seemed appropriate to promote Russian modernization. This will, however, was only to be found with the Bolsheviks, who were the best organized and had a dominant leader, a true anti-Tsar, among them. Seen from this perspective, Stalinism, according to von Law, was not their Mittelpunkt, but the Fructidor asterisk of the Russian Revolution. 13. To be sure, this line of argument invites critique. It leans toward determinism and tends to exclude the possibility of alternatives a priori. Nevertheless, its basic assumption remains convincing for the process as a whole, that there was a direct connection between the imperative to economic and social modernization and post-revolutionary development. If, however, it is true that those political forces in fin. Deceical Russia seeking to assume state power had, above all, to possess the ability, risk losing, to direct the economic development effectively, the converse was also true, a party that ignored this necessity and that looked backwards, such a party. The future. Seen from the long-term perspective, the PSR failed primarily, although not solely, because, once the modern, industrial world had become established in Russia, a populist party could no longer fulfill its role as an agent of modernization. To end with this conclusion, one would, however, show only Jane's side of the coin. Just as the PSR's role, as an advocate for a non-capitalist future for Russia, became increasingly problematic, it was also true that both social-democratic factions overestimated the advance of industrialization and chose mistaken policies, especially with respect to the peasantry. In order to understand properly the problems of the Russian revolutionary movement and the fate of the revolution, one must not forget the partial, incomplete character of industrialization and modernization of Tsarist Russia. On the one hand, economic and socio-political development had made rapid progress, on the other hand remained traditional socio-economic relations in the countryside, while autocracy retained its power to block liberal politics and legal trade unions. On the one hand, institutions of political articulation for society were recognized after 1905, on the other hand, they were not permitted any real participation and organic development. On the one hand, the analysis of the PSR founders was correct in that the divide between the city and countryside would gradually close in the course of industrialization, and that communication between the conscious, revolutionary intelligentsia and the dark masses would be easier. On the other hand, the PSR leadership in its euphoria failed to see how long this process in Russia would take. On the one hand, mass recruitment of peasant soldiers for the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-05 led to an extraordinary political mobilization of the peasantry. On the other hand, that mobilization did not eliminate the fundamental impediments to the political organization of the rural population. On the one hand, Lenin was correct, maintaining in 1897 that capitalism was proceeding in Russia, thereby contradicting THC theories of the early populists. On the other hand, he measured Russia by West European standards. Further contradictions could be noted. It appears that a radical change in Russia was unavoidable. But the liberals were too afraid to bring this about, and the two strongest revolutionary forces, the SRS and the Bolsheviks, were unable to overcome the divide between the agrarian and the urban sectors of society. This impossibility of integrating the city and the countryside constituted a fundamental dilemma of the Russian Revolution, which can be held as the main cause of the failure of both populism and the experiment of a socialist society. J. Short biographies. Agafonov, V.K. 1863-, scholar and journalist, studied in the mathematical physical faculty, expelled from university in 1887, arrested in 1894 because of membership in a successor group of the Narodnaya Volya, became known to the police in connection with student unrest in 1901. Since 1908 he was a leading member of the Paris group Ojave Socialist Revolutionaries. 1917 he belonged to the left wing of the PSR. I. Argonov, Voronovik, A. 1867-1939, came from noble stock, tail-road employee and professional revolutionary, studied at the University of Moscow, founded 1894-96 the Union of Socialist Revolutionaries in Saratov, wrote the programmatic brochure Nashi Tsadiki in 1898, directed the Northern Alliance of Socialist Revolutionaries, published in 1900-01 the first three numbers of Revolutionная Rossiya, was arrested 1901 in Tomsk and banned to Siberia, Yakutsk, returned in 1905 to St. Petersburg, was elected to the party Central Committee by the First Party Congress. Aside from a short prison sentence in 1907, he served until the outbreak of the First World War as one of the most important organizers in the PSR leadership outside of Russia. During the First World War Argonov was among the defenders of the fatherland. In 191 he was one of the central figures of the right wing and editor of the Volya Narada. In 1918 Argonov emigrated to Czechoslovakia. I. Avksentev, N.D. 1878-1943. Came from noble stock, son of a lawyer from Penza, studied at Moscow University, expelled from the university in 1899 because of his role as chairman of the Council of Unified Zemlyakistva, continued his education in Berlin, Leipzig, and Halle in the years 1900 to 1904, received his doctorate with the new Kantian philosopher Ariel. In 1905 he was a well-known speaker in the factories of St. Petersburg and a member of the executive committee of the St. Petersburg Workers' Soviet. From then on he was an important member of the PSR leadership. After a short period of banishment and flight he was co-opted in 1907 into the Central Committee and elected editor of the Zhenomia Truda. In 1911-12 Avksentev was one of the initiators of Pokin. After 1914 he stood with the Patriots. In 1917, as leader of the right wing, he was a member of the Executive Committee of the St. Petersburg Workers' Soviet, chairman of the All-Russian Peasant Soviet, Interior Minister of the Provisional Government, July-August, and finally chairman of the Parliament from February to October. He left Russia in 1918 and died in the USA. Azef E.F. 18-1918. Son of a poor Jewish hand worker, studied engineering in Darmstadt and Karlsruhe at the beginning of the 1890s. During this period he made contact with foreign neo-populist groups and at the Sergei time he began his service with the political police. In 1899 he joined the Northern Alliance of Socialist Revolutionaries. In 1903 he became Gershoni's successor as head of the battle organization of the PSR, organized the assassinations of the Interior Minister V.K. Enclave, July 1904, and the Grand Prince Sergej Alexandrovich, February 1905. He belonged to the inner circle of the Central Committee. In December 1908 Azef was exposed as a police spy and after a successful flight he settled as a businessman in Berlin. Back, A.N. 18-7-1946. Son of a Jewish technician from the province of Poltava, studied at the Mathematical Physical Faculty of the University of Kiev, because of his participation in the revolutionary movement he was arrested and banished in 1878, joined Narodnaya Volya. From 1883 on he lived illegally as an agitator in South Russia. In 1885 emigrated to France, the USA and Switzerland, was a member of the Fund for a Free Russian Press, participated 1900-01 in the founding of the PSR. Although as an opponent of terrorism he joined the party formally only in 1905, Secretary of the Foreign Committee, in 1909 elected by the Fifth Party Council to be chairman of the investigation committee looking into the Azef affair. In 1914 he stood with the Defenders of the Fatherland, returned to Russia in 1917 and broke with the PSR in 1918. In the 1920s Bak was one of the Soviet Union's leading chemizas, was named in 1929 a member of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR and was honored in 1945 as a hero of socialist labor. Billet, B.G. 186 feet. Son of a Jewish grain trader from Odessa, was forced to leave grammar school early. In 1884 arrested because of membership in Narodnaya Volya and put under observation of the authorities. In 1889 emigrated and settled in Paris and Geneva, became a chemistry teacher in a grammar school, joined the PSR in 1900, helped the battle organization with the technical preparation for assassinations, but after 1905 he was known as an energetic critic of terror. From 1911 on he belonged to the party right wing around Pokin and Izvestia Ziegraniknago Oblastnago Komiteta. 1932 Billet returned to the Soviet Union. Von Kosmolovsky, A.O. 1857-1928. Nobleman from an old White Russian family, joined the Zemlya I Volya in 1876 in St. Petersburg and then Chemie I Peredal, 1900 belonged to Gershoni's Workers' Party for the Political Liberation of Russia in Minsk and in the same year arrested and banished to Siberia, for 5 years, was among the founders of the Urals Union of Social Democrats and Socialist Revolutionaries in Ufa. At the beginning of 1905 he returned to European Russia, was co-opted in the PSR Central Committee and elected to the Oblast Committee of the Northwest Oblast, took a leading role in the All-Russian Peasant Union, participated in the December unrest in Moscow and belonged to the editorial board of Zemlya I Volya. After 1907 Von Kosmolovsky pursued revolutionary agitation, primarily on his poses Zions in Blon, and was called to account for his actions in a spectacular trial in 1910-11. Breshko-Breshkovskaya, E.K. 1844-1934. Came from noble stock, daughter of a senior lieutenant. As a supporter of Bakunin she participated in the movement to the people, was sentenced in 1877 in the trial of the 193 and banished to Siberia, returned to European Russia in 1896. In 1899 joined the Workers' Party for the Political Liberation of Russia in Minsk and together with Gershoni her work was decisive for the building up of the Socialist Revolutionary Party organization in Russia. In 1903 Breshko-Breshkovskaya convened the founding Congress of the PSR's foreign organization and was the representative of the Inner Russian Central Committee for the Exiles. After a triumphal tour through the USA she returned in 1905 to Russia, above all Saratov, and dedicated herself to revolutionary work, arrested in 1907 and sentenced in 1910 to life banishment, in Yakutsk. In 1917 she belonged to the right wing of the PSR, in 1918 member of the Committee of the Members of the Constituent Assembly and emigrated in 1919 to Paris, later to the USA. Chernov, V.M. 187371952. He joined populist circles assembled around V.A. Balmashev and M.A. Natanson in his hometown Saratov in the 1880s, arrested in 1894 because of membership in the party of PEO-Pi's rights, in 1898-99 pursued together with S.N. Slitov agitation of the peasants in the province of Tbernbov and convened the first peasant brotherhoods. Through a series of philosophical articles in Rusko Bogastvo he became known as an extremely talented student of Mikhailovsky, emigrated in 1899 to Paris, was influential in the founding of the Agrarian Socialist League,
1900, and the PSR, 1901/02, together with Mr. Gotz. He assumed the editorship of Revolutionäre Rossiya in Geneva, 1902, and became known as a leading theorist of the new party. Chernov published the PSR program in 1904, in 1906 elected to the Central Committee and was its most prominent member until 1909. After the discovery of Azef, he largely withdrew from politics and dedicated himself to theoretical questions in the columns of Socialist Revolutionär, from 1910, and Zavety, from 1912. 1914 Chernov stood with the Internationalists and 1915 took part in the Zimmerwald Conference. 1917 he led the Left Party Center and was in May-August the Agriculture Minister of the Provisional Government, assumed in January 1918 the chairmanship of the Constituent Assembly and in summer 1918 the chairmanship of the Committee of the Members of the Constituent Assembly in Ufa. He refused to cooperate closely with the white generals and had to emigrate after the Civil War. In exile in Prague in the 1920s he worked on questions of socialist theory, constructive socialism. After 1945 he settled in the USA and died in New York. Fight, A.IU. 1864 to 1926. Of German origin, son of a medical doctor from the province of St. Petersburg, studied medicine in St. Petersburg, took part in student unrest and was placed under observation of the authorities. From the end of the 1890s he worked as a doctor in Kharkov, arrested in 1894 because of membership in the group of Narodovoldtsy around Ms. Olminsky and banished to Siberia, joined the PSR in Chita, returned 1905 to European Russia. For a short time he directed the Socialist Revolutionary Committee from Nizhny Novgorod, co-opted into the Central Committee and elected to the Executive Committee of the Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets in St. Petersburg. 1906 he was, along with this committee, arrested and sent to Siberia. After a successful flight he settled in Paris, where he belonged to the central leadership and intermittently to the PSR's foreign delegation of the Central Committee. He participated in the First World War as a volunteer doctor for France. In 1917 he was close to the Central Committee. During the Civil War he at first fought in Denikin's army, then withdrew from politics and dedicated himself to scientific and medical work. Fundaminsky, L.L. 1881–1942. Pseudonym Bunakov, son of a rich Jewish merchant from Moscow, studied philosophy in 1900–04 together with N.D. Avksentev, V.M. Zenzinov and A.R. Gotz in Heidelberg and Halle. N.C.W. Kantian, talented theorist and speaker. At the beginning of 1905 he joined the Moscow Committee of the PSR and during the 1905 revolution became known as an agitator. The Fifth Party Council elected him in 1909 to the foreign delegation of the Central Committee. In 1911 he was one of the initiators of the Pokin Group. In 1914 he stood with the Defenders of the Fatherland and in 1917 he was one of the leaders of the right wing. Gideonovsky, A.V., 1859–1928. Son of a priest from the province of Orel, went to a seminary. In 1876 joined the Zemlya Ivalia and in 1880 Narodnaya Valia. In 1882 and again in 1886 put under surveillance by the authorities, joined Nathanson's Parley of the People's Rights in 1893, arrested in 1894 and banished to Siberia. After his return in 1900 he came into close contact with the founders of the PSR. In 1904 he was representative of the Inner Russian Central Committee in Odessa. In 1905–06 worked in the Socialist Revolutionary Committees in St. Petersburg, Moscow, Voronezh, Nizhny Novgorod, and Kharkov, took part in the First Party Conference in Imatra, emigrated 1906 to Paris and there was one of the leaders of the PSR's foreign organization. In 1917 he was elected Taj 8th Moscow City Duma and held a leading position in the cooperative movement, Centrosoyuz. I. Gershoni, G.A. 1870–1908. Son of a peasant from the province of Kovno, Jewish, in 1885–88 apprentice pharmacist, From 1889 worked as a pharmacist and newspaper proofreader in St. Petersburg, studied in Kiev pharmacy from 1895, arrested because of his participation in student unrest, opened in 1898 a chemical bacteriological institute in Minsk and organized a political circle that became the Workers' Party for the Political Liberation of Russia. Gershoni initiated the merger of the Russian and exile socialist revolutionary circles in the winter of 1901-02. In 1902 he founded the Battle Organization and prepared the assassination of the Interior Minister O.S. Sipiagin. After his arrest, 1903, he was sentenced to death, pardoned but to lifelong forced labor, and in 1905 banished to Siberia. In 1906 he escaped through China and the USA. IP 1907 he took part in the PSR's Second Party Conference. One of the great political strengths of the socialist revolutionaries, Gershoni died in 1908 in Zurich. Gotz, A.R. 1882-1940, 2. Son of a rich Jewish merchant from Moscow and the brother of M.R. Gotz, studied philosophy in 1900 to 1904 together with N.D. Avksantev, V.M. Zenzinov and Lee Fundamirsky in Halle and Heidelberg, had contact, from 1901 with A. Argonov's Northern Alliance and the exile leadership of the PSR in Geneva, belonged in 1905 to the Moscow Committee, joined in 1906 the Battle Organization and took part in the preparations for the assassination of Interior Minister P.N. Dumuvo, arrested in 1906, in 1907 sentenced to 8 years forced labor. In 1917 Gotz directed the Socialist Revolutionary faction of the St. Petersburg Soviet, later the All-Russian Workers' and Soldiers' Soviet, and was held to be the leader of the party's right center. After the October Revolution he took part in organizing anti-Bolshevik resistance and was sentenced in 1922 in the trial of the PSR. According to Soviet accounts, he worked after his release from 1927 ITO 1940 in the administration of the Gubmemkarat Anti-Simbursk. According to V.M. Zenzinov, he was shot in Alma-Ata in 1937. Gotsi.Mr. 1866 to 1906, J. Son of a Jewish merchant from Moscow, studied medicine and law at Moscow University, joined Narodnaya Volia in 1884. In 1885 belonged to its Moscow Committee, in 1886 arrested and 1888 banished to Siberia, in 1895 pardoned, settled in Paris in 1900, together with I.A. Rubinovich and N.S. Rozanov published Vestnik Ruskoy Revolutsii. From 1901-02 he was one of the architects of the PSR, together with V.M. Chernov he published, starting in 1900, the Central Party paper Revolutionnaire Rossiya in Geneva. Although he was hindered by severe illness, Gotz was the organizational center of the socialist, evolutionary groups outside of Russia. Ludlovsky, I.L. 1868-. Meshchanin of Jewish origin from the province of Grodno, studied at the Physical Mathematical Faculty of St. Petersburg University, arrested in 1900 because of membership in a terrorist circle in St. Petersburg and sentenced to 5 years banishment. In 1908 published the Revolutionnaire Mysl and was the leading theorist of the neo-maximalist Paris group of socialist revolutionaries. Kraft, R.P. 1870 to 1907. Son of a high official from Kalyuga, studied in Moscow. In 1888 joined one of the last circles of the Narodnaya Volia, arrested in 1889 and sentenced to 3 years in prison. From 1892 he pursued revolutionary agitation in South Russia. Toward the DND of the 1890s he led a socialist revolutionary group in Penza. In 1900-02 belonged to the first inner Russian central group of the PSR in Saratov and, as G.A. Gershoni's closest aide, had an important role in the construction of the Socialist Revolutionary Organization. In 1902 taken into custody in Kiev and sentenced to 3 years arrest.
During the years of revolution he was active in the underground and belonged, among others, to the Oblast Committee of the Northern Oblast as well as the Sentyjal Committee's Organization Bureau. Lazarev, E. 1855-. Son of a serf from the province of Samara, attended grammar school at Samara, took part in 1874 in the movement to the people, in 1877 involved in, he trial of the 193 but found not guilty, founded in 1897 a circle of Narodnaya Volia IH Samara, in 1884 arrested and banished to Chita, fled in 1890 to the USA, returned in 1894 ITO Europe and was secretary to the Fund for a Free Russian Press in London. From the middle of the 1890s he lived as a farmer in Switzerland. 1900 participated in the founding of the Agrarian Socialist League, formally joined the PSR in 1902 and since then he belonged to the closest circle of the foreign leadership. In 1904 he represented his party at the Congress of the Second Socialist International in Amsterdam. During the years of revolution he dedicated himself in St. Petersburg and above all in the province of Samara to revolutionary activity. 1911 arrested and banished to Siberia. 1917 IHE was member of the Peasant Soviet of Samara, the All-Russian Peasant Soviet as well as Jaith Constituent Assembly and, as Minister of Education, in 1918 belonged to the government of the members of the Constituent Assembly in Samara. In 1919 he emigrated via PRU to the USA. I. Lebedev, B.N. 1883-. Pseudonym Vajranov, son of a high official, attended the University of Kazan, 1904 placed under surveillance by the authorities. Since 1906 he directed Ithrayari Committee of the Narva district in St. Petersburg, 1908 arrested and banished, to Tobolsk but fled in the same year and emigrated to Paris. From 1909 on the party leadership specialist on workers' questions and in the same year he was elected to the Central Committee by the Fifth Party Council. In 1911 he joined the Pokin group and was regarded as one of the leading representatives of the right wing. Lebedev, V.L. 1883-1956. Son of a senior army medical doctor from the Caucasus, attended a military school. 1904 took part in the war against Japan. 1906 joined the PSR's Officers' Neon. September 1907. Was one of the organizers of the revolt in Sevastopol, emigrated 1908 and published together with F.V. Folkhovsky the Socialist Revolutionary Soldiers' paper Zie Narod. During the First World War he served as a volunteer in the French army and joined 1917 the party's right wing. He was editor of the Volia Rossii, and from April till August he was Navy Minister in the Provisional Government and finally in August Deputy to the Governor-General of the St. Petersburg Military District. After the October Revolt he was one of the leading organizers of the anti-Bolshevik resistance, emigrated 1919 to Paris, then to Prague, and finally in 1936 to the USA. Leonovich, V.V. 1875-. Came from noble stock, in 1898 banished to Siberia. In 1900 to 1903 he directed together with A.O. von Kosmolovsky and E.S. Sazonov the socialist revolutionary groups in Ufa. In 1903 arrested in connection with the assassination of the governor N.M. Bogdanovich. In 1904 to 1905 was active as a professional revolutionary in Samara, Nizhny Novgorod, Samara, Saratov and Odessa. Thereafter he belonged to the Inner Russian Central Committee, worked on the Preparation Committee of the First Party Committee. In 1906 was the Central Committee's plenipotentiary for the Central Oblast and appears to have been member of the PSR's St. Petersburg Committee. After 1907 he emigrated and assumed duties in the foreign delegation of the Central Committee and the committees of the Foreign Organization. Mikhailovic, S.F. ca. 1855-1911. Joined Zemlya I Volia at the end of the 1870s, arrested and banished to Siberia, Yakutsk, returned in 1905 to St. Petersburg and the Central Committee gave him the task of directing the agitation of the army.
At the end of 1906 he founded the All-Russian Officers' Union as well as the All-Russian Union of Soldiers and Sailors and published the paper Narodnaya Armia. In 1907 participated in terrorist activities, arrested and again banished to Yakutsk. In 1909 he fled to St. Petersburg where he was quickly arrested by the Okhrana, 1911 sentenced, and executed. Minor, O.S. 1861-1932. Son of a rabbi from Minsk, studied in Yaroslavl and Moscow, in 1883 worked together with M.R. Gotz in a circle of Narodnaya Volia, in 1885 arrested and banished to Subjafia, returned, at the end of the 1890s and emigrated in 1902 to Berlin. Through Gotz he joined the PSR and thereafter he belonged to the Socialist Revolutionary Foreign Leadership in Geneva. During the years of revolution he served as special agent of the Central Committee. In 1905 he was sent to the Caucasus to reorganize the party there, in 1906 sent to White Russia and the Ukraine for the same purpose. In 1907 as emissary of the party leadership he visited some of the committees in the Caucasus as well as St. Petersburg. In the Central Committee he was responsible for propaganda and agitation in Russia. 1908 he was responsible for renewing the Oblast organization of the Volga Oblast and at the beginning of 1909 he was arrested due to a tip from Azef. In 1917 he returned from Siberian banishment and was elected to the Moscow City Duma and the Constituent Assembly, participated in the anti-Bolshevik resistance after the October Revolt, in 1919 emigrated to the USA, later resettled to Prague. Natanson. 1850-1919. Son of a merchant, attended the St. Petersburg Medical Surgical Academy, in 1869 organized with N.V. Tchaikovsky an early populist revolutionary circle, in 1872 expelled and sentenced to 3 years banishment. 1876 was one of the founders of Zemlya I Volia, 1877 arrested and banished to Siberia till 1889, 1893. Founded the Party of People's Rights in Saratov, 1894 again arrested and sentenced to 10 years banishment, returned 1905 to European Russia, joined the PSR and was elected by the First Party Conference to the Central Committee. Even in exile Natanson was one of the central members of the Socialist Revolutionary Leadership and was especially responsible for organization and the party treasury. 1914 he held to an internationalist position and 1915-16 participated in the conferences of Zimmerwald and Kienthal. 1917 he belonged to the party left wing and was one of the founders of the Party of the Left Socialist Revolutionaries. Potapov, A.I. 1869-1915. Pseudonym Rudin, medical doctor from Moscow, member of Narodnaya Volia, arrested and banished for 2 years to Siberia, became known to the public with articles to Rusko Bogatstvo and Obrazovanie, since 1903 belonged to the inner Russian leadership of the PSR and made himself a name for the agrarian question. 1906-07 belonged to the Organization Bureau of the Central Committee and was for many years one of the workhorses of the Moscow Committee. Due to the treason of Z.F. Zushenko, Potapov was arrested and banished to Astrakhan. After a short period as an emigrant, he worked as a doctor in 1914-15 in Moscow. Rakitnikov, N.I. 1864-. Pseudonym, Maximuov, son of a peasant, in 1886 ended his study of law at the University of St. Petersburg, in 1888 banished to Vologda because of the possession of illegal literature, settled towards the end of the 1890s in Saratov and founded together with A.P. Bulanov, A.I. Altovsky and others an important socialist revolutionary group that in 1902 assumed the function of a central committee. After a short prison sentence he was active in the PSR and in the All-Russian Peasant Union. In 1906 he was elected to the Central Committee by the First Party Conference and remained a member from that time on. Rakitnikov made a name for himself not only as a representative of a moderate maximalist course but also became the best-known socialist revolutionary politician after Kimuov.
After Azef was discovered to be an Okhrana spy, he was compelled along with the other Central Committee members to resign, but he held his office as editor of Xenomia Truda, and he became the most energetic proponent of orthodox socialist revolutionary theory and tactics in the conflict with the left and right opposition. In 1917 he belonged to the left center and served from May till August as Chernov's deputy in the Agriculture Ministry of the Provisional Government and was one of the best-known members of the Central Committee. February 1919 he argued for cooperation with the Bolsheviki, agreement of Ufa, and, after the Central Committee refused this course, participated in the foundation of the group Narod, which soon called itself the Party of the Socialist Revolutionary Minority, left the PSR and was prepared to conditionally support the new Soviet government. Rubinovich, I.A. 1859–1922. Son of a Jewish medical assistant from Odessa, studied with honors at the Physical-Mathematical Faculty of the University of Odessa. In 1879 joined the Narodnaya Volia. In 1881 arrested. After his freedom was bought he emigrated to Paris, became a French citizen and later chemistry professor at the Sorbonne. Rubinovich had close contacts with the best-known populist exiles, namely P.L. Lavrov, L.A. Tikhomarov and M.N. Oshaninapolinskaya. At the beginning of the 1890s he joined the group of the old Narodovo Utsi, member of the French Socialist Party, belonged to the initiators of the Agrarian Socialist League. In 1901 published together with N.S. Razanov the Vestnik Ruskoy Revolutsii, and in the same year formally joined the PSR. Rubinovich was the foreign minister, Chernov, of the Neopopulist movement, edited after 1904 the Tribune Russe, a PSR paper especially directed at foreign countries, and since the Congress of the Second Socialist International in Amsterdam, he held the office of the permanent deputy of his party in the Bureau of the Second Socialist International. In the factional conflicts after 1907 he held to a clear anti-terrorist position and stood with the defenders of the fatherland in 1914. 1917 he returned T6 Russia and was elected in the Executive Committee of the All-Russian Peasant Soviet. August 1917 sent again as official PSR representative out of Russia. He died in Berlin. Rudnav.v. 1879–1940, /. Came from a well-to-do Moscow family, studied medicine in Germany from 1901 on and belonged to the socialist, revolutionary circle of friends around N.D. Avksantev, I.I., Fundaminsky, A.R. Gotz, V.M. Zenzinov and others. In 1905 he returned to Russia in order to do revolutionary work. Within a short time he became known as one of the most capable and popular members of the PSR Moscow organization. He represented his party in the Executive Committee of the Moscow Workers' Soviet. In 1906 he was a delegate of the Moscow organization to the first PSR party conference, named by the new Central Committee to be plenipotentiary for organizational questions in St. Petersburg, in 1907 responsible for the relations between the Central Committee in Russia and the Organizational Bureau in Paris. He lived in Yakutsk in Siberia since 1909. In I-914 he was one of the defenders of the fatherland. In 1917 mayor of Moscow. In 1918 fought with anti-Bolshevik units and left Russia. I. Savinkov, v. 1879–1925, I. Came from Nobel stock, was compelled to leave the University of St. Petersburg due to his participation in student unrest, continued his education in Berlin and Heidelberg. In 1902 was called to account because of Social Democrat IC activity and banished to Siberia. After his flight in 1903 he was convinced by E.K. Breshko-Breshkovskaya to join the PSR, upon the recommendation of M.R. Gotz he joined the battle organization. After Azef, Savinkov became the second man of socialist revolutionary terror. He played a significant role in the murder of Interior Minister VKF Bienplave, 1904, and Grand Prince Sergei Alexandrovich, 1905. He won great fame by his spectacular flight out of the prison in Sevastopol, 1906, and his autobiographical novels The Pale Horse, 1909, and As If It Never Was, 1912, journalist and French volunteer in the First World War. In 1917 he worked as Army Commissar and Deputy War Minister in the Provisional Government under A.F. Kiririsky. Because of his questionable role in the Kornilov Putsch he was thrown out of the PSR. After the October Revolt he was a leading figure in the anti-Bolshevik resistance, and he left Russia after the defeat of the White Army. In 1924 he decided to re-enter the Soviet Union illegally in order to work against the regime. He was arrested crossing the border and probably committed suicide in prison. Shishko, L.E. 1852-1910. Came from a noble family. Beginning in 1868 he visited a military academy and 1871 a technological institute. During this period he joined the Tchaikovsky Circle. In 1874 he participated in the movement to the people and was sentenced in the trial of the 193 to 9 years forced labor for his efforts. In 1890 he returned and emigrated to France. He co-founded the Fund for a Free Russian Press, 1891, and was one of the initiators of the Agrarian Socialist League, 1900. He joined the PSR only in 1904 but was from the very beginning one of the leaders outside of Russia and was one of the most influential Stariki. Slitov, S.N. 1876-1915. Came from Nobel Stcck, son of a rich landowner from the Guvmiment Tambov, studied since 1894 in the Natural Science Faculty of Moscow University. In 1897 banished for 3 years to Ufa because of political activity in the student Zemlyakistva, but due to the intervention of his father he was able to return to Tambov in the same year and was placed under surveillance by the authorities. Together with V.M. Chernov he organized the first peasant brotherhoods in Thnibov. In 1899 he was again accused of political opposition because of the peasant brotherhoods and emigrated. Slitov was a committed supporter of an anti-terrorist, democratic policy that was largely concentrated on the agrarian masses. He took part in the negotiations establishing the party and discussions over the party platform. In 1902-04 he was active in Kiev and Odessa as an illegal and organized especially the transport of literature. As an opponent of a policy of centralized terror independent from the Central Committee he was betrayed to the Okhrana by E.F. Azev and arrested on September 4, 1904. From October 1905 he held a leading position in the PSR's Kiev Committee. In December 1905 he took part in Jaith Moscow Revolt and was co-opted in January 1906 into the Central Committee. In protest against the isolation of the party leadership for the periphery he resigned his post in February 1907 and decided to return to work at the grassroots in the Moscow Committee. After his arrest and flight in spring 1907 he emigrated. For a time he worked as I.A. Rabinovich's representative in the Bureau of the Second Socialist International and dedicated himself to organizational problems in the exile leadership in Paris. 1911 he was sent to Russia as plenipotentiary of the Central Committee in order to inspect the condition of the socialist revolutionary groups. The results of this inspection led him to resign again and to join the Pokin Circle. LJ 914 Slitov declared for the Party of the Defenders of the Fatherland. He was killed in 1915 as a French volunteer. Tiochev, N.S. 1856-1924. Son of a high official from an old noble family, studied medicine in St. Petersburg since 1875, in 1876 joined Zemlya Ivalia, arrested in 1878 and banished to Siberia, returned to European Russia in 1892 and founded together with M.A. Natanson the Party of People's Rights. In 1894 arrested again. After his banishment he joined the PSR. 1904-1905 took part in the preparations for the assassination of Governor-General D.F. Trepov and in summer 1905 was sent as the plenipotentiary of the Central Committee, which at this time was still in Russia, to Geneva. He remained an emigrant until 1914 and was one of the most important PSR leaders.
1917 he belonged to the PSR's right wing around the Valia Narita, but he was political not very well known and dedicated himself primarily to his work in the Historical Revolutionary Archive in Petrograd. After 1923 Tyochev belonged to the editorial board of the newspaper Katoyga Isilka. He died in Leningrad. Fokhovsky, F.V. 1846–1914. Nobleman from the province of Poltava, studied law at Moscow University from 1863, since 1867 participated in the revolutionary movement, in 1869–70 was one of the founders of the Tchaikovsky Circle, arrested and in 1877 banished to Siberia in the trial of the 193, in 1889 fled Siberia through Vladivostok and the USA to Europe, settled in 1890 in London, belonged to the founders of the Fund for a Free Russian Press and in 1900 to the initiators of the Agrarian Socialist League and the PSR. Fokhovsky officially joined the new party relatively late, circa 1904, but afterwards he was one of the most active leaders. He especially dedicated himself to journalism, worked in the editorial board of the Zhiznia Truda and together with V.I. Lebedev he published the soldiers' newspaper Zhizny Narod. He died in London. Zenzanov, V.M. 1880–1953. Son of a rich merchant, hereditary honorary citizen and commercial counselor from Moscow, as a young student at the end of the 1880s he was warned by the Okhrana for distributing revolutionary literature, studied from 1900 philosophy in Berlin, Halle, and Heidelberg and belonged together with N.D. Avksantev, I.I. Fundaminsky, A.R. Gotz and others to the circle of the German socialist revolutionaries. In 1904 he returned to Russia and was given the task by the foreign leadership of rebuilding the Moscow organization. In December 1905 he was one of the decisive supporters of the armed uprising, joined the battle organization in January 1906 and took part in the preparations for the assassination of Admiral F.V. Dubasov, arrested in September 1906 and in summer 1907 banished to Yakutsk, fled Yakutsk in the same year over Japan to Europe. 1907–08 he was active in the Socialist Revolutionary Organization in exile, in 1909 elected to the Central Committee and sent to Russia to undertake revolutionary work. At the beginning of 1910 he was arrested and again sent to Siberia. In 1915 he returned to Moscow. In 1917 he was one of the most active politicians of the PSR Right Center. He belonged to the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Workers' Soviet, the editorial board of the Central Party paper Delo Narita as well as the Constituent Assembly. In 1918 he participated in the committee of the members of the Constituent Assembly in Samara. In September, together with N.D. Avksantev, he also joined the White Opposition Government, the Directorate, which was elected in Ufa. After Kolchak's putsch in Omsk he was banished to China. Early in 1919 he emigrated from China through the USA to Paris, later to Berlin, Prague, and New York.